to look for ways, for solutions, continue our discussions about some of the most pressing issues that we are faced today. That is because the title of our forum is called Mapping the Future. We have a lot planned. This is the main hall where we have our high-level public sessions, but there's a lot going on here at the forum, including several expert roundtable sessions, so please do check your agenda to see which ones you want to attend. In just a few moments, we're going to be starting our first session titled Conflict Resolution and Peace Building. But let me say this. In the 21st century, in the world that we live in today, states, they have to deal with so many actors in a much more complex atmosphere with so many issues. It is because of this diplomacy plays such a key role in conflict resolution and peace building. And because of the reasons that I just mentioned right now, diplomacy has become so much more multifaceted. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage to deliver the keynote address for day 2 of this forum, the Foreign Minister of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Mr. Mevlut Çavuşoğlu. Sayın Bakanım, günaydın, hoş geldiniz. Buyurunuz. Sağ olun efendim, siz? Çok teşekkür ederim. Good to see you. Good to see you again, sir.
Very good morning to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank TRT World for having me in this year's forum as well. Let me also congratulate TRT World on the success and the organizers on the success of this TRT World Forum. And I'm very happy to see that good friends of mine are also participating, many good friends to this forum, including former Foreign Minister of Malta, Evaris Bartelo. And he is a real expert of mediation and peace building. I have to recognize that as well. And I am pleased, really pleased to address you on a session that focuses on what we need the most today: conflict resolution and peace building. Conflict is a reality of human relationships. It is an integral part of our societies as well as international relations. After a brief period of calm and relief, international relations are again dominated by conflicts. We need resolution and mediation abilities to leave these testing times behind. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we use 2 broad terms when addressing conflicts: conflict management and conflict resolution. Most people use these terms as identical concepts. Actually, there is a philosophical difference between them. The first school assumes that conflict cannot be resolved, but they can only be managed. It focuses more on containing the effects of conflict or crisis. It is more about de-escalation. The second school, on the other hand, believes that conflicts can be resolved. It focuses on the root causes rather than symptoms. While the first school focuses on short-term goals, the second has a long-term concern on how to resolve or prevent conflicts. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, with the absence of a rules-based order, we witness an increasingly chaotic global landscape. We are in an age of crisis. During this period of systemic change, conflicts are also transforming. With technological advances and globalization, conflicts are more complex, multi-layered, and widespread. Parties, issues, responses, instruments of conflicts are in flux. We face classical wars, proxy wars, internal strife, asymmetrical and hybrid warfare, all at the same time. There are various frozen conflicts that continue to threaten peace. Actually, these are conflicts, resolution of which are frozen, not the conflict itself. Conflicting parties are weaponizing everything from sanctions to trade, from digital platforms to access to energy and food resources. Therefore, among the two approaches I mentioned earlier, we need a comprehensive approach to conflict resolution. For an effective conflict resolution, we need to focus on root causes, establish dialogue, rebuild trust, and demonstrate leadership, take risk and take action, have innovative methods, update our toolbox, and unite the power of academia and practitioners. We also need to strengthen multilateral responses because today's challenges require multiple partnerships. The United Nations Turkey partnership on the Istanbul grain deal is a case in point that saved the world from a serious food crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, geography is destiny. Our geography taught us to always remain vigilant and be prepared for the effects of various conflicts. That is how we became a resilient society. No matter what happens, we do not fall, but move on. Surrounded by 60% of the global conflicts, including the frozen conflicts that I mentioned, we also know the value of mediation and conflict resolution. This is why we invested heavily in peace mediation. We are the only nation co-chairing 3 different groups of Friends of Mediation in 3 major international organizations, the United Nations, the OSCE, and OIC. Istanbul Mediation Conferences became the biggest annual global event gathering mediation practitioners from around the world. We are training future mediators from various nations at our ministry in Ankara and here in Istanbul. From Somalia to Venezuela, the Balkans to Middle East, we also maintain a high profile as facilitator or mediator. Our efforts in the Russia-Ukraine war are recent examples. According to our experience, at the heart of a successful mediation effort lies trust, leadership, and ability to deliver. You say what you do, and you do what you say. Without President Erdogan's leadership in diplomacy, the extension of the grain deal or prisoners exchange wouldn't have been possible. Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 major views about the cause of conflicts. One relates conflicts to the scarcity of resources and power relations. According to this view, conflict is inevitable as parties try to control a limited resource. But the second approach finds the cause of conflicts in perceptions. According to this view, parties believe that their goals cannot be achieved at the same time. Such conflicts are easier to address. The success of the mediator depends on the convincing parties that their disputes are more about perceptions rather than concrete issues. This is how we should act as well. We need smart and result-oriented approaches. We need to encourage the parties towards win-win formulas. We also should work hard and put out fires before they get out of control. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, with the butterfly effect, there are no local conflicts. We cannot afford to remain idle in the face of these challenges and threats. And for this, we need leadership and courage. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Minister, thank you very much. We're going to get the stage ready for the next session, but let me highlight some of the important things that His Excellency Minister Çavuşoğlu talked about. It was extremely interesting to hear that there is a distinct difference between crisis management and crisis resolution. Extremely important to see those two approaches. The minister also mentioned that because of the butterfly effect, there are no local conflicts, and we're seeing this in the conflict in Ukraine, with the Russian aggression in Ukraine. And it is because of this that this crisis has spread outside of the realm of traditional warfare. One of the effects that we're seeing is that millions, tens, if not hundreds of millions of people all around the world are facing acute hunger shortage. Ukraine and Russia being the breadbasket of Europe, this conflict has prevented millions of tons of grain being exported to the rest of the world. And it is because of the peace diplomacy that Turkey has spearheaded over the past several months that has helped alleviate some of the burdens and pressures brought on by this conflict. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, along with the United Nations, has actually struck a deal with both sides to allow trapped grain from Black Sea ports in Ukraine to reach much-needed ports. So, what is needed in successful conflict resolution and peace building? We talked about trust. This is one of the issues that we're going to be talking about in our next session. Multilateral crises, as the minister just mentioned, require multilateral responses. All right. Let's begin our first session, conflict resolution and peace building, shaping the future of global leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me in welcoming our esteemed panelists to the stage. Ragida Derkam, she is the founder of the Beirut Institute. She is a senior columnist and served as the New York bureau chief for Al Hayat for more than a quarter of a century. Ragida, if we can get you up here, as well as Tovio Klar. Tovio is with the European Union's Special Representative to the South Caucasus and the crisis in Georgia. And finally, rounding up our panel of three is Mr. Burhanettin Doğan. Burhanettin Bey is the general coordinator of the SETA think tank, and he has done extensive research on the region's foreign policy and the transformation of politics in Turkey. Reggie would get you right here to my left. Burhanettin Bey, günaydınlar. Hoş geldiniz. Sağ olun. Siz buraya. Good morning. How are you? Usually when I start these sessions, I try to make a good introduction, but it is very difficult to make an introduction after the speech of His Excellency Minister Çavuşoğlu, so I'm going to dive right in. I know that we have limited time. Welcome to all of you. Tovio, I want to begin with you. The Minister Çavuşoğlu said there are no local conflicts, but I think one area of your expertise, what you're looking at, is the South Caucasus. For much of the world, it is regarded as a regional conflict. The minister said that one of the key ingredients when it comes to conflict resolution is trust. You have just come back from Yerevan. What's the atmosphere there like? You had a chance to speak with Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan. Is there trust?
Well, that's a very important question indeed, and thank you very much for the minister for this very enlightening speech. I think there is a real desire for peace, and there's a real opportunity for peace. But after 30 years of conflict, it takes a lot to build trust. And I believe that over the past year, the European Union has really engaged extensively with both Azerbaijan and Armenia to try to build that trust, but it takes a lot more to reach a comprehensive settlement. The sides have taken very serious strides over since the ceasefire of 2020, but it will be important to continue this momentum. And in that context, the leadership is essential from both Yerevan and Baku, and a key element there will be not only to sign a peace treaty and to address all the other important elements that are being talked about, including also finding a solution for guarantees for the rights and security for Karabakh Armenians, but it will also be important to focus on the populations and the societies. So it's not just about having the leaders agree, it's also about bringing the populations and societies together. And that also requires a huge amount of leadership from the political top to set the tone for reconciliation and for forgetting about past wrongs and looking towards the future. This means encouraging both contacts between civil society representatives, contacts between businessmen, and to broaden this base. But this is, again, something that will not happen by itself. It is something that needs to be led from the top. And the European experience has, of course, shown that we had a ceasefire, we had peace treaties after 1945, but it took a lot of effort by the political leaderships to focus on that, to broaden that base and to bring the peoples of Europe together. And that is what we are also encouraging in the Armenia-Azerbaijan context right now, that is what has to be worked on from both Baku and from Yerevan, and to really get rid of this underlying mistrust, not only between the leaderships, but amongst the peoples. And that requires a change in rhetoric, that requires a different type of messaging coming from all sides to really build this base for a sustainable settlement, because we don't just want pieces of papers to be signed, we want a genuine change in the climate in the South Caucasus.
Ricky, I want to bring you in. Sort of play off what Tovio said. He said it's really important to sort of build momentum. I want to ask you about Lebanon, because this is a country where you have an immense struggle to actually build momentum. A country has gone through a lot. Political instability, economic crisis, COVID-19, the port blast of Beirut, which killed more than 200 people. Talk to us about the importance of the leadership in terms of getting the trust and sort of unbridging the gap between what Tovio said in terms of the government and the lower levels. We have to press that. Yeah.
Thank you for asking me about Lebanon. I wasn't prepared to speak about Lebanon, but a couple of points only. The leadership is horrible. The leadership is corrupt, and the country deserves better. And the trouble is that Lebanon is not only infested by the kind of leadership it has, it's also a victim of the geopolitics and the proxy wars, and above all, Iran's intervention on the side of Hezbollah. It is not, when you have a country like Iran having its own paramilitary forces working on its behalf in a country that is supposed to be sovereign, that is an absolute violation of sovereignty. Therefore, the definition of integrity, the integrity of the territorial integrity needs to be addressed here. It's not about just choices and alliances. This is much more dangerous, because when the world is silent and does not object to a country juxtaposing its own interests through paramilitary forces, not only in Lebanon, but in Iraq and also in Syria. And then that is questionable, which also, if you allow me,
Sure.
I'll just go into this conflict resolution formulas, the different formulas. For me, the JCPOA, that help me say that in
Iran nuclear deal.
in the nuclear deal, I think this was the wrong way to approach a resolution of a conflict and the nuclear issue. Why? Because the Europeans and the United States in particular, of course Russia and China as well, they all agreed to the condition that Iran will not be questioned about the drones and the missiles or its behavior regionally. This was agreed under the pretext that we really need to address the nuclear first and exclusively. And now, we see the price being paid by the countries who were victims of the Iranian behavior, but also we see the alliance, military alliance between Russia and Iran in the Ukraine, which is changing the formula, the calculation. And when a little later on, I want to speak a bit about the Ukraine and Russia.
Okay, we'll get into that because I want to ask Burhanuddin Bey about the great deal, but let me just ask a quick follow-up. The reason why I asked you about Beirut is I kind of got the impression that you were going to have that assessment of the Lebanese leadership. Take that and actually sort of magnify that onto the global stage. The world is experiencing many other problems. A food crisis, an energy crisis, a climate crisis. The list goes on and on. Talk to us about how effective leadership, effective diplomacy can actually help achieve progress when it comes to this.
When it comes to a case like Lebanon, you mean?
No, on a global scale now, because I wanted to make an introduction through Lebanon and actually magnify this onto a global stage now.
So the question is, one more time.
How do you actually get good leadership, good diplomacy to solve some of the world's problems in terms of food crisis, energy crisis, economic instability?
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, I want to congratulate Turkey for being innovative in terms of addressing the food crisis and for the corridor, the grain corridor initiative. So that is innovation. That is going forward with diplomacy of a different kind. And a new type of diplomacy. I note what the foreign minister said, that it's needed to be multilateral in these efforts. So I take it that Turkey does not have in mind to be the sole broker of this relationship in its diplomacy. I take it that Turkey will not want to position itself as the sole broker, because that will bring a lot of problems, complications, complexes, like you addressed, Mr. Minister. So I think in this case, diplomacy has got to be multi-leveled and multilateral correctly, and sometimes it can't be at the level of presidents. For that, for example, in the case of the Ukraine right now, I think what a friend of mine calls, it's not only the conflict of the politicians about Ukraine, it's the conflict of the constitutions of both Russia and the Ukraine. So the aggression of Russia and the invasion of Russia of Ukraine has put us in a position right now that we need to think differently of diplomatic approaches, because it cannot be done at the level of the presidents. You need other levels. You need new ideas, such as, do you distinguish between a ceasefire and a search for conflict resolution, a peace treaty or a peace agreement? What are the stages to do this? How is this to be done? Who plays a role in that? The multilateral, institutions like the United Nations can't do this. It's an archaic institution. It is outdated. If it had not been for Turkish leadership, the grain corridor couldn't have happened. I would stop here and I'll let you.
I actually want to get Burhanuddin Bey into the conversation. Burhanuddin Bey, the minister said that geography is destiny. Looking at Turkey, to the north side of us is Ukraine, both in Russia as well. Turkey finds itself in a unique position. Ragide said we need to think differently. Talk to us about how Turkey has thought differently in terms of its leadership, in terms of its diplomacy, in actually being the main architect of perhaps one of the most successful deals in recent years, and that is the Black Sea grain corridor deal.
Yeah, thank you, Ali Bey. Well, as our Foreign Minister Çavuşoğlu stated very clearly that Turkey has a unique place in this turbulent region, in our surrounding region. So through the time, and of course with the successful leadership of President Erdogan, Turkey has developed some significant capabilities to deal with the conflicts surrounding Turkey. Well, in a way, it's out of necessity, actually. Our minister said that geography is a destiny. Well, Turks, in a way, successfully dealt with this difficult geography. Well, for the shaping of global leadership, we need an actual, effective, genuine multilateralism, because our world is experiencing such a difficult time that in the future, after pandemics and this global transition to multilateralism, there will be more need for initiatives, leadership initiatives. And actually, we have to develop new understanding of leadership to deal with the coming problems, crises of the world. Because as we see, this great power competition is deepening, and this Ukrainian war is not just a war between Ukraine and Russia, it's about European security, and we have to rethink all security architectures at global and regional levels. So Turkey starts from such an understanding that we have to approach to world's conflicts in a new way that necessitates first understanding, genuine dialogue, and multilateralism.
One of the, I'm going to call it advantages that Minister Çavuşoğlu has, is that 1 second he can get on the phone with Sergei Lavrov, hang up, and actually call Dmitry Kuleba. Turkey is one of the only country within NATO that's able to talk to both sides. It puts it in a unique position. I was wondering if you can elaborate a little bit more in terms of what other countries, not only within our region, or this region, but around the world can actually take away from the position that Turkey has adopted.
Well, I was about to talk.
Sorry for interrupting.
It's the proper time, actually. Well, Turkey's foreign policy provided a fertile ground for taking such an initiative, because Turkey established good relations at the same time with Ukraine and Russia. And this is not just about initiatives, leadership initiatives. You can do this. Some European countries actually, during this Ukrainian crisis, tried to be a broker, tried to be a mediator. But to build a trust, confidence on both sides is something that you should establish before this conflict. And that was Turkey did before. And actually, President Erdogan, with an expertise of 20 years and knowing 4 or 5 presidents or prime ministers from European countries, and also good relations with Putin, first developed a new kind of foreign policy. This is open to different sides and trying to have cooperation and competition at the same time. For example, since 2015, Turkey has developed a new kind of policy with Russia. We have problems in Syria, in Libya, but even in Nagorno-Karabakh, but at the same time, we have good relations on energy and trade and other issues. So we can negotiate, we can compete, and at the same time, President Erdogan can establish a trust. So you project this kind of foreign policy background into new initiatives when there is a crisis. It is the same with Ukraine. Both sides knew that Turkey is a trustable country, so can do the better thing for all the sides. So all this experience shows us that we have to develop new capabilities, new approaches to multilateralism and leadership at the same time. Yes, I know that it's not easy to have conflict management or conflict resolution for the coming conflicts in the world. But if there is no such brave global initiative from leaders, the new world would be full of many crises and conflicts that will shape our future, unfortunately, in a very negative way.
Like the minister said, conflict is perhaps inevitable, so it's how we deal with it. Tovio, let me come back to you. You were listening to Burhanettin Bey, and I know that you were taking some notes. Burhanettin Bey was talking about some of the new approaches in Turkey's foreign policy. When you look at sort of the South Caucasus region, these are countries that have historical ties, they have cultural ties, Turkey as well. How do you think Turkey's approach can actually play any role in the conflict here, not only in terms of resolution, but also crisis management and the steps ahead?
I think Turkey actually can and is playing a role and can play a much bigger role. Of course, Turkey is the biggest country in this region, and it therefore has a central role to play in sowing the seeds for a more prosperous, interconnected, peaceful South Caucasus. And of course, we have the contacts ongoing between Ankara and Yerevan. I've been meeting with both special envoys, Serdar Kilic and Ruben Rubinyan, over the past year. There have been some steps taken. We have reopening of the cargo trade. We have, I benefited from the fact that we can fly directly from Yerevan to Istanbul.
Yes.
And hopefully this will move forward. There will be also diplomatic relations opened in between Yerevan and Ankara. And in the context also of the special ties between Turkey and Azerbaijan, there is a huge amount of scope for Ankara to play a leading role in promoting this different kind, more peaceful and prosperous South Caucasus. Encourage the Turkish diplomacy, I believe, has a huge potential here in encouraging positive rhetoric that I was talking about, supporting concrete moves towards normalization, helping the sides to defuse tensions and to build more trust. And I also believe that there is a great deal of potential for the European Union also to work with Ankara in this regard. Mm-hmm. And of course, in the context of the World Cup, we should not forget the fact that in the upcoming year, we will have qualifying matches between Armenia and Turkey. And we have had football diplomacy in the past. Yeah. And I believe that this is, again, a possibility that should not be left unused. So again, there is, I think, for Turkey as the biggest country, as the central country in the region, I believe there's more and greater. Turkey has more potential and can do even more in fostering this different kind of South Caucasus, and we want to work together with Turkey in this regard.
I agree with you. The beautiful game can be used as sort of a shot on target when it comes to diplomacy. Regina, let me turn to you. Burhanettin Bey was talking about, as did you, the conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Tovia was talking about Armenia and Azerbaijan. These issues have all been dealt with at the highest levels at the United Nations. I was wondering if you can sort of maybe talk about what you think has been achieved, what has not been achieved, and how individual countries can actually play a different role.
First of all, I don't think the United Nations is able to play a role right now in this conflict on its own. It may be supportive.
I love your candidness.
Yes, I mean, well, that's what I'm known for. A bit too much sometimes, but it's good. So I said it is outdated, the approaches are outdated, and the leadership at the UN is rather weak these days, in particular. At any rate, it's the very structure of the UN that does not permit it independence of the Secretary General of the different agencies. But I want to give you an idea as to what I'm talking about when I speak of different approaches to diplomacy. That's just, again, the issue between Russia and the Ukraine. Right now, as what I refer to as the conflict of constitutions, I meant by saying that is that it is practically impossible now to speak about a territorial settlement of the conflict because they're stuck. Right now, this war is very costly and very scary. And it's also, you know, it could be a pan-European war if things go wrong further. So people are talking...
Well, it has turned into one in other respects.
Yeah, indeed, in many respects. But I'm talking about a real the war that we don't want. Okay. So what am I hearing? I'm talking to different people from different parts of the world. I'm hearing there are approaches, for example, let us speak about security guarantees rather than territorial settlement. You can't start with a territorial settlement. This will have to be later. If you speak about security guarantees by which, you know, the Europeans would play a role, the United States, of course, Turkey included, maybe some Arab countries, because
so first you need the dispute to die down, and then a territorial dispute.
Well, basically, you de-escalate. You take, you know, so that it doesn't get into further deterioration or further explosion. For example, I understand there is talk right now about having the period between 20th of December till the 15th of January, which would have all the holidays, Christmas and New Year's for both religions, for all religions, different Christian sects. Exactly. So then, if there is a break, if they all agree to this break, that's a bit of a breather for everybody, because we are now in what is referred to as a position war. Position war, both parties are stuck. They cannot advance enough, as it looks, and the dangers of this war to destroy further the infrastructure. These are new types of wars. We have the technology that aims at destroying the infrastructure. So back to the point. The point is that if you succeed at this sort of temporary ceasefire, while you discuss ways of the security guarantees. I understand there is a formula, maybe people in Turkey know about it in the policy-making spheres, that maybe they could explore the formula of absolutely stipulating that these are Ukrainian territories, but for those territories that are under the Russian influence now, control, that it will be under, you know, for transitionally under Russian control transitionally only. So you play around with the territorial issue in order to resolve it eventually, but not now. Otherwise, there is no way you're moving forward. If you start with a territorial dispute, you cannot go anywhere. If you start with measures that can calm down the situation, maybe eventually, you could discuss the territorial conflict.
Burhanettin Bey, I mean, do you agree with Regida? I mean, do you feel that that approach to the conflict in Ukraine, Russia, is a viable one in terms of how we get this war to die down?
Certainly, Turkey's approach is very constructive in dealing with this crisis. But of course, there is a great power competition side to this crisis. So we have to consider this at all different levels. Well, after this pandemic and actually Ukrainian crisis, we have seen that the international institutions are not effective. They are not able to resolve these conflicts. So we need a new leadership, new initiatives. And President Erdogan was the person who can take this initiative because of the reasons that I mentioned before. His expertise, his 20 years of experience, and his some communication skills, and his courage by addressing the global issues, including the UN reform issue. When there is a conflict between a country that is a member of UN Security Council and another country, you cannot solve this by international institutions. What are the options? You will force two sides for peace. You will try to persuade them. Of course, the conflict is now continuing, but Turkey, by taking this initiative, established somehow a ground for making this grain deal, exchange of prisoners, and again security of Zaporizhzhia
Nuclear power plant
reactor. And these are some steps, but of course they are not enough to reach a solution or ceasefire first. President Erdogan calls for other leaders to do the same, to force both sides in a positive way, constructively for peace. If you take a side, this will limit your effect in persuading the parties. But that doesn't mean that Turkey is neutral here. Turkey actively supports Ukrainian territorial sovereignty, and even giving some help to do this.
Yes.
But at the same time, Turkey is maintaining good relationship with Russia to reach some solutions. And this is a new way of diplomacy, and actually that was accomplished by the uncertainties of the new coming world. And I hope that in the future there will be more opportunities for other leaders to do similar things in a very constructive way. We have to create this kind of new initiatives.
One of the most memorable sound bites, at least for me, of President Erdogan is, I think it's about a decade old, when he says the world is bigger than five. You talked about UN reform. I'm wondering if the success that Turkey has been able to show in terms of bringing together, being the main architect of this Black Sea grain corridor deal, do you think it has aided, or how much do you think it has aided in terms of gaining momentum, bringing attention to UN reform? UN reform.
Yeah, I see some other leaders, they have started to talk about the need for the reform of UN system. This is inevitable, actually, because this idea of multilateralism should be revived in a new way. What do I mean by that? You know, we were living in the world of liberal world order, and that was dominated by the US. But now the world is passing to a new phase that we can call it multipolarism. And in this world, we see that the US doesn't want to lead the leadership and actually pay the cost for it. So we have to create new initiatives from different countries. And this idea of reforming UN system is inevitable. But at the same time, there is a reality of new power relationship among the countries. You cannot omit some rising countries, some regional countries like Turkey. And at the same time, Turkey gives an example of how autonomous foreign policy could help for the betterment of the conflicts. So this is an example even to be draw some lessons, and I see that some regional countries after this Ukrainian crisis, they are making similar foreign policy choices, and this is something positive. But the destiny that we should strive for is, of course, to have a new order based on multilateralism and maybe a new UN system. And the last word, President Erdogan actually is the first forerunner of this idea of reforming.
Regina, I want to ask you about UN reform,
Yes.
very briefly, because it's not
Yes,
really the main
yes,
topic.
yes.
Let me take a wild guess. You don't think it's possible?
Yeah, but of course not. Look, I mean, I covered the United Nations for a good 30 years. So, I'm the child of the United Nations, so I know how it is. I think it's particularly now, I mean, one of the permanent members of the Security Council, Russia, is being nullified, and it's being cancelled out. It's cancelling itself out, probably, unfortunately. But the point is that, this is a huge, cumbersome bureaucracy, and where countries are going to be competing for the shape of the new world order, in particularly big powers, take China and the United States. I mean, I'm pretty convinced that the United States will lead the new world order, will continue to lead it. China will be important in multiple ways. Obviously, the Belt and Road Initiative, its own look at itself, but I don't think we should really over-glorify what is in reality, a real different weight between China and the United States. I think and I am an American, so for those who are going to say,
yes, I am.
So I'm an American citizen. For those who are going to say, oh, why?
Dual citizen.
Yes, both dual citizen. The point is that I think also I want to get to a point, and I appreciate very much the pride you have in Turkey's role in the region, and it is to be absolutely complimented, no doubt about that. But I think Turkey has got to be careful in its regional performance. I'm talking about Syria in particular. I understand the security concerns, national security concerns of Turkey, absolutely respect that premise. But I don't think it's healthy to find a solution for that through the belt, through the security belt in the Syrian territory. I think as a principle, that's not really a very commendable approach, because, and it's number two, because Turkey also has taken pride in being the facilitator of negotiations amongst different people.
I'm sorry, I have to interject. Let me ask you, Turkey is not dealing with another state, it's dealing with non-state actors. So how do you
But in another
deal?
state's territory. You do not, I don't think it's permissible. Turkey has problems with, let's not kid ourselves. Turkey has problems with Russia, with Iran, with, of course, the PKK. That's a completely different dimension. But Syria, despite Bashar al-Assad, remains a Syrian country. The territory of Syria is not the territory of Bashar al-Assad. He can kill his people and commit genocide day in, day out, but it's not going to be his father's territory.
This is going to be a
so
whole
what I'm
can
trying to say to you, because I know I touched on very sensitive points here.
No, it's not that. I think it's important to lay out the
what
facts,
I want
though.
to propose to you is, just as Turkey and the Turkish leadership is very strong in bringing the conflict resolution, to be a pioneer in conflict resolution, in innovative ways for conflict resolution, I think it should explore this one.
Okay,
rather than say security belt militarily in Syrian territory, no matter what.
Okay. Doug, I'm going to give you the last word to sort of bring everything together. We talked about the need for new leadership. Burhan Timeh was talking about that. We need new initiatives. Talk to us about how various dialogue platforms can be strengthened, should be strengthened, in terms of increasing the prospects for conflict resolution and peace building.
That's a huge question. I'm not sure that I can qualified to answer that in its entirety. But I think, I mean, on one thing that has been mentioned here, Ukraine, I think, and more generally, the important thing for this new world order that we're talking about is, I believe for all of us who are living in this world, is that might makes right cannot be the principle. And in this particular case, in the Ukraine case, it's about Russia attacking Ukraine, and that cannot stand. That is why the European Union has taken this principal position of providing assistance to Ukraine to give it the means to defend itself. And in the more general context, we need to, what I started with, we need to focus on the people, on the populations, and on changing mindsets. And that is a work that is not easy, but it requires genuine leadership from different political leaders, that it's not enough to work on texts, it's not enough to work on agreements, but it is important to guide your people and to really change mindsets. If I again look at the region that I know best in this context, the South Caucasus, it's not going to be resolved. Yes, we can take very important steps by signing important documents, but for a sustainable peace, you need to work and make sure that the populations come along. And in that sense, that is to me something that is undervalued, that is not paid enough attention to. We have a lot of focus on sort of these top-level meetings, but and we experienced that in Europe. I mean, after the First World War,
yeah.
we had a peace treaty that was perceived as being unjust, that became a key element for what we got next, the Second World War.
Yeah.
So unless you really take a different approach to peacemaking and try to have a peace that is perceived as equitable, not just between two leaders, but across the populations, they will inevitably lead to new conflicts, and that is what we really have to work on.
I think it's a very good sum up. Tovio, thank you very much. Burhan Doğan. And last but not least, Regina Dergam, thank you very much for joining me. We're going to talk afterwards. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our panelists. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. We'll get a family photo here, I think, or not a family photo, a panel photo. While we're getting ready for that, I just do want to say we're going to take a short break right now, and after a short break, a very short break, my colleague from TRT World, Efnan Han, will be moderating a session entitled Digitalization, talking about the benefits of public broadcasting. Thank you very much. Regina, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Tovio, pleasure. Burhan Bey, thank you. Just get a picture over here. Yeah. Very much. It was. Okay, thank you very much. When you leave? Oh, so quite soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel on the second and final day of the TRT World Forum. My name is Efnan Han. I'm a news anchor at TRT World, and I hope you've enjoyed the discussions so far. And the next conversation we're going to have is on an ever-changing and digitalizing world and what this means for public broadcasts. We have a short video for you. All right, so public broadcasters face many challenges like and technological shifts, and to survive the constantly transforming media ecosystem, public broadcasters have sought to maintain their core values while also adapting to new operating models in a global media environment that increasingly prioritizes networked communications. Driven by advancing digitalization, the rise of big tech, and the growing focus on commercial gains, the public service broadcasting transitioned into service media. The session will focus on the role of digitalization as it continues to revolutionize the production and consumption pattern of the media ecosystem. I have an exceptional panel joining me here today. If we can just we are experiencing some technical issues. All right. I have an exceptional panel joining me today, and I'd like to, without further ado, introduce them to all of you. I have Simon Spanswick. He's the Chief Executive at the Association for International Broadcasting. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Gregory Jaka is the Chief Executive Officer of the African Union Broadcasting. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Jose Lopez de Araujo, he is the Director of International Relations of the Portuguese Public Broadcaster. Thank you so much for being with us here today. And last but not least, Alfonso Hurtado Ruiz. Thank you so much for being with us here today. He's the Head of Cooperation and Contents at Television America Latina. Thank you all for being with us here today. Now, I want to start off with a broad question because I really want to get a sense of how various broadcasters are being and dealing with the ever-changing digitalization of the media world. Simon, I want to start off with you. How is your company dealing with the ever-changing world of digitalization coming from that traditional public broadcasting system?
Teşekkürler and günaydın. And I have to admit, I want to start with an apology. Two apologies. Firstly, for my appalling Turkish pronunciation, so forgive me for that. And I apologize as well for being yet another middle-aged male panelist. I think we'd like to see more women up here.
Yes.
So my apologies for being the wrong gender today, but I hope you'll put up with me. So your question, we represent broadcasters all over the world, from New Zealand through to North America. TRT World is one of our members. All of them are facing the immense pressures that the new expansion in digital media, digital platforms, the new players coming in are representing and posing to them. And broadcasters are really struggling to work out how to deal with this, how not to disenfranchise older members of the audience that are not so tech savvy, that don't constantly look at their mobile phones, that aren't constantly switched on, and how they attract younger audiences to their services. It'd be quite interesting. Can we just do a quick poll of the audience?
Sure.
Hands up. It's a bit difficult to see from here because the lights are quite bright, but let's see if we can do this. Hands up, those who switched on the radio first thing this morning to get the news.
Who switched on the radio to get the news? I see one hand up there and 2, 3. I think
Okay.
that's about it.
What about television? How many people watched the telly this morning?
TV?
Not many?
3, 4,
There are a
5?
few more hands going up. How many looked at the news on their iPad, mobile phone, or what have you?
There we go.
There you are. That's the challenge. So traditional broadcasting is under threat. So I think there are very clever people are sitting down in broadcasters all over the world to work out how to address that dilemma. There's no one size fits all, because every different media market has different priorities, different needs. Places in parts of Asia won't be the same as parts of Europe, for example, in terms of digital penetration, access to information. Those are the sort of challenges I think we face.
Right. Gregory, I want to bring you in because, as Simon just mentioned, traditional public broadcasters are under serious threat as we see the media industry digitalize and more technologies come to the forefront. How long do you think newspapers and traditional journalism will last for, and what effects do you think that its complete termination will have on the new media industry?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. I will not raise an apology as my friend did. I will start by congratulating the head of state of Turkey for what he did for this, in this conflict, in particular with this corridor for food and so on. I'm saying that because as an African, we leave the situation very, very bad when all things were blocked. We had a lot of problems, and taking the floor here, I would like to start by congratulate him, and congratulate, and also congratulate TRT for this very, very good organization, which gives me the floor to talk about what is happening with digitalization in Africa. So coming back to your question, I would like to say that the digitalization has changed all the ecosystem of media in Africa. And at the beginning, we have a lot of media, a lot of newspaper, a lot of radio station, and so on. With the digitalization, we find that there is a drop in the number of newspapers because most of them cannot cope with the new ecosystem of advertisement, for instance. And we saw also that, as a good point, there is a sort of change in the way of managing information when you are with this ecosystem. For instance, we had before newspaper with long editorials and things like that. Now, if you want to if you want to impress your public, you must have short news. Mm-hmm. This is on editorial base. Short news, you have to privilege what we call breaking news in our language, and we also have to know that people can have the information from many other sources. So when you are trying to make this job, you must make sure that the information you are giving is good, is credible, and you have verified the fact. So these are the changes you can have in the system and so on. But there is another thing also. We saw that tabloid, for instance, they changed their way of doing. You will not have tabloid as they were before. Now they have gone from tabloid to luxury media with a lot of color, a lot of pictures, so, which can attract people, the attention of people. When you take your newspaper like this, you don't have time to go to be reading very long papers. Short, they must be short, go directly to the point, give you the information. That's the other way of doing. And there is also another aspect, which is not a good aspect of it, is the development of fake news within this ecosystem. Now we have a lot of fake news. Somebody can sit in his room with his phone or with his computer, and he built an information. So as a journalist, you have to take your time to verify facts, to see exactly what you are saying, and to see if it's credible. The other aspect of it is on the private life, freedom. You see that there are people who can use this new weapon to tarnish the images of other people. And this can be found in particular in the political field and in the sport, football, things like that. You find some news which has nothing, no link with the reality. This I can say that is the sum up of the new ecosystem with digitalization in Africa.
Well, we're going to get into fake news and disinformation in depth a little bit later on, but I want to bring in Jose now because television as a tool of mass communication, do you think it's still effective? We just conducted a poll. I mean, everyone on their way here used their phones to get access to the latest headlines. Very little people, maybe 3 in the audience, opened their televisions. Little to none listened to the radio.
Good morning. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank TRT and especially my dear friend, Director of International Relations, Mustafa Saritas, my colleague in EBU, for inviting me to be in this fantastic forum. Answering your question, I start my career as a young journalist 47 years ago, working on PSM, on public service media. So I have crossed from black and white to color, from film to video and to file, from different distribution systems, from terrestrial television to cable to satellite to IP. And none of these directions in the television history was so important like this one that we are crossing right now. And this disruptive system coming with the marriage from the web and TV, from video and web platforms, became a problem, not only generally for the industry of television, but mainly for the PSM, for public service media, because we carry a strong responsibility regarding the values that we preserve. What can we do facing that? We are losing relevance. I mean, the public service media is losing relevance all over the world, and especially in Europe. Europeans are the most important consumers of social media in the world. It's not United States, not Asia, it's Europeans. More than 80% of the Europeans use daily the social media. So the social media, with the distribution of videos through those platforms, so these platforms became also a threat to PSM and to the traditional television industry. I'm talking about being seated in the living room, looking to the screen, and waiting for the traditional grid of programs and the days of the week that we know that we have some series or some films. It finished. That's no more like that. So all the structures of the PSM in Europe is organized in the old way. So we have departments, we have silos, we have channels, one channel against the other competing inside the organization. So it's the hand. We cannot do that anymore, because what is important right now is the content, not where is the content. The people, they go and catch the content. So the problem is the content, how we offer the quality of the content that we can offer. So, in my opinion, public service media has to move and to change the organization very, very quickly. We have not 5 years, neither 3 years. We need to move right now. Otherwise, we are going to lose the relevance. We can have a lot of money, we can have money, funding from the governments or from the fee. That's no care. The problem is not that one, it's not only the funding, it's the way we are organized and how we react to these new challenges.
We're going to get into the know-how later on in the discussion. I want to bring Alfonso in because, Alfonso, we're seeing various technologies in our day, and it's drastically changing traditional public broadcasting. How do you think new technologies changed television viewing overall around the world, and how have companies like yours digitalized in their broadcasting process?
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks to TRT for inviting us. Televisión América Latina, Latin America Television, we are the network of public TV channels in Latin America from Mexico till La Tierra del Fuego, Deep South, Argentina and Chile. So we are producing content every day. Our situation is a little bit different than our colleagues. Of course, new technologies have. I'm sorry because I prepared these ideas and text. I feel comfy reading. My English is a little bit rusty, so I'm gonna read it for you. Of course, new technologies have changed the traditional way of watching television and have evolved towards new formats to serve audiences in this competition for people's attention. In this sense, in Latin America, we have expanded and increased television content in a positive way because we have forced our production teams to create attractive formats with stories adapted in narrative and duration that can be seen both on a traditional screen and on a tablet in any time of the day. It is a natural process because public television in Latin America has been itself, for years, a platform for quality audiovisual content that is in the process of digitizing programs produced years ago that now work very well on VOD. Channels from Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and of course Mexico are rescuing their classic programming and have reprogrammed it on their digital channels with good results because well-told stories remain over time. There are programs of all genres and for all audiences whose content is social, children, feminism, diversity, inclusion, and cultural memory, and that is not offered by commercial TV. This feature of public television is ideal for the citizen viewer of the 21st century because he chooses his own entertainment. And regarding new formats, the digitization of the process begins from the writing and research of the content. We have already produced several series and formats where, from before going out to film, the format and narrative for social networks such as TikTok and YouTube are taken into account, so that filmmakers and scriptwriters must tell their stories, including these new channels of communication. Classic storytelling is added to the narratives of the digital world, such as the vertical format, as we were saying this morning, to be viewed on phones, and that only adds to the quality content that is already constantly being produced. The teams are now multitask, and new generations, bring their digital knowledge. Mm-hmm. That's it.
Right, so bringing that digital knowledge into the traditional way of things were done about 10 years ago, I'm assuming. 10 years is an accurate assumption of when we weren't as digitalized as we are today. Simon, I'm not going to ask you which outlet you think is more influential, because the digital media outlets are without a doubt more influential in our day, but do you think that there's a fine balance that could be put between the two?
Yes, because I think it's all about trusted brands. And public service media organizations have been trusted brands that have been built up over the last 70, 80, 90, 100 years. And we're seeing lots and lots of new players coming on, lots of alternative sources of information. But as our colleague from Africa has pointed out, it's about reliability and what is actually truth, what is potentially fake. And we're seeing new players who are entering the market who want to be players in the news industry, for example. There's a new one just launched in America called Semaphore, set up by the former editor-in-chief of Bloomberg News. And they've tried to position themselves as being the new voice of the digital era, providing news and information about America and about the world. But they've only got a budget of about $70 million. Now, $70 million is a lot of money to you and me, but in the news industry, it's a drop in the ocean. So how can you actually effectively cover the world for 70 million compared with the budget that RTP has or the BBC has or TRT? It's not easy. So, but they are making a lot of noise, just as Netflix is getting huge press coverage, particularly this week with the Harry and Meghan release. They are managing to get the attention of the world about programs they put out, but they're not producing content across multiple platforms, radio, television, digital, as public service media organizations do 24 hours a day, nationwide and internationally. So there's this huge imbalance, if you like, between new players and traditional public service medias. And we've heard PSMs are working very hard to try and get rid of the legacy of film back 47 years ago to this new everything. Everybody wants information constantly. Audience expectations have changed. People, as we saw just now, use their phones. Mm-hmm. They want to get information. They're not waiting for the 6 o'clock news anymore. Right.
You mentioned the budget. Isn't it a lot cheaper in the new media industry to produce content? Because I have friends, for example, on the other side of the world in Australia, producing content on their phone and sending it to networks here in Turkey where they can air it on their platforms. So it's actually as simple as that. So do new media companies really need more than $70 billion or $1 million?
It depends what they're trying to do. If you're trying to be a global news organization, mm-hmm. which Semaphore has suggested it wants to be, mm-hmm. I think you do. Because if you're trying to send people properly protected to cover the war in Ukraine, with all the security and so forth that you need, because you can't, as an editor-in-chief, put people into the field and potentially have people dying mm-hmm. because they're not properly protected. That costs a lot of money. That is not cheap. Yes, of course, stories from down the road, they get people because they're human interest stories, I suspect, mm-hmm. rather than hard news about, I don't know, political stories in Australian politics. So yes, that can be done relatively inexpensively. But to do news that certainly I've grown up with over the last umpteen years, that goes into depth, provides the context, I think that's a different ballgame, and that is expensive. You need people, you need the resources, you need the researchers, you need the access to archives, all sorts of things to try and provide a fully rounded picture to give people what they want, whether it's in a short bite or a long read.
Right, Gregory, I want to bring you back in because the practice of gatekeeping within media organizations, whether it be traditional or virtual, it exists, and it will continue to exist, but in different forms. I'm assuming the way gatekeeping is executed in the digital world is a lot different than it would be in traditional public broadcasting.
Yes, by moving from newspaper, thank you. By moving from newspaper to the digital press, the profession of gatekeeping has also undergone profound changes. For instance, it's difficult in Africa now to imagine a media professional not knowing to use or to use or manipulate the computer, to collect information on digital platform, to track down fake news. It's not possible. It's no more possible. You have to master this aspect, this new aspect of the profession. For instance, tracking fake news. You have to master it if you want to work as a professional. Now, many things have changed. For instance, with the advent of internet, a new press has seen a daylight, which makes some people say that the press has not started a new chapter, but rather another history of the press is being written. It involves the use of new tools, social network, high definition, for instance, streaming, smart TV. All those things are new in our continent, but we have to do with it because we have to exchange news. We have to make content from Africa which will be broadcast in other medias, in Europe, in America, and so on. So we have to do our best to work and to reach the good standard, the standard which will be acceptable by other nations, by other continents. But if you want to work, for instance, with TRT, you are in Africa, you want to produce, you have to know that TRT produce only high definition, can broadcast only high definition. So you have to make an effort to reach that level. So in close to 10 years, internet user, for instance, in Africa, that's another big transformations, have taken control of the information. In Africa now, you must, when you are a professional journalist, you must know that you have to produce also for internet. You have to go into internet and look for information, but at times you have to use also your digital platform to broadcast some of the content. So in this ecosystem, nobody is a follower. Everybody is an actor. Everybody has something to do. Everybody has something to bring. But at the end of the day, what is important is the liability of the information. You have to make sure that all what you are saying, all what you are writing is exactly the truth. Because if you write something which is wrong in the morning, 1 hour after you will see people who will bring the good information and you lose your credibility.
Right.
So all the ecosystem is moving. Everybody has to make an effort. And at the end of the day, the people who are the winner of this is our listeners, our viewers, and people who are reading what we are writing. So I think that the gatekeeper, because the gatekeeping, one of the biggest role of the journalist is to give good information to people, to say exactly what is the truth. And we can see that the profession has taken a lot of consideration with all that, because the information, if you say something which is wrong, somebody will come just near you and tell you what you said there was not based on facts. So we have to improve and we have to become much more serious in delivering news.
Right. Misinformation and disinformation is a serious issue that a lot of consumers need to take into consideration when they're scrolling through their phones, because people really still do rely on public broadcasters to bring them credible information to their feeds. Jose, during the forum, discussions on misinformation and disinformation have been held. And with the digital age, we are seeing an increase of disinformation online, as I mentioned. Public broadcasters do have complete control over the accuracy of the information that they're feeding to consumers. Do you think just for that reason alone, public broadcasters will survive much longer than anticipated?
I hope. Well, coming back to the idea of what is going to happen to the traditional radio and television, and this poll this morning is quite impressive about how the people get the news and the information. 3 days ago, Tim Davis, Director General of BBC, announced it, and for us in Europe, BBC is a lighthouse of PSM, announced that in 5 years, they are going to close many TV channels, and that we must be prepared in 5 years around to forget completely television and radio as the traditional media we have known for 100 years, for BBC 100 years. So I am not so pessimist like Tim Davis. I believe that the things are changing very, very quick, but I myself, I can imagine to watch this evening game with Portugal and Morocco in my iPhone. I want to be seated in the living room with my friends and family, drinking and watching the game and sharing the emotion of the show. And this is with football, but it could be with the Eurovision Song Contest or other big events. But anyway, coming back to your question, we are the guardians, we are the defenders of the independence, the accurate journalism and the news, the PSM. So we feel that responsibility. But the question is not from our side, it's from the other side, from the audience. They catch the news and the information as they want. And the cell phone is really the winner. Forget about iPads or the computer. Well, it's also tools and devices that we can use to get information. But nowadays, the main device is the cell phone, the mobile phone. So I see and it's not only a question of the young people. We have that idea, it's only the young people that look to the cell phone. My daughter is 25 and she watches films and series in the iPhone. It's incredible. I don't understand why, because she has the Netflix in the screen, but she likes the cell phone, the mobile phone. For the news, it's more practical. If you are on the subway or if you are waiting for something, you go to your cell phone. You are not bringing your iPad on the pocket, but the iPhone, the cell phone, the mobile is really the most important device to get news, video content. And we can see it by a study, a very recent study from EBU, European Broadcasting Union, that they conclude that people of between 18 years old and 64, they use around 20 minutes a day the mobile to get news or information or to watch something, video clips from YouTube or whatever. But the young people, till the 18, they use daily 1 hour 10 average, 1 hour 10 minutes average of mobile consuming video.
And that's under 18?
Under 18.
Oh, wow.
So it's a big difference. And we can say, oh, well, but it's only a question of generation. No, because these young people, they are becoming adults, so older people, and they are going to continue to consume the same way. So we must be very, very attentive regarding that. About the fake news, and that it's not only the question of the fake news, it's because the fake news, they are distributed through the social media. And so the people, they just forward something, or they share with other friends or with groups in WhatsApp videos. And nowadays, so the digitalization was fantastic. It was fantastic. I can tell you, my company is a very small company. We are a very small country in Europe. the last 3 years exactly, we have created 2 different projects on the digitalized domain area. We created RTP archive, so we put all of our archive of 70 years online for free. We decided to do that. So with metadata associated and with a very good search engine. So you go you introduce Word, you can select criteria by programs, by periods, and you get all the news and all the videos for free. You cannot download, but you can screen anytime, how many times you want, all over the world. And this is a plus that PSM is offering for the same fee to the public. And the public, they react very, very well. And we create also a project called RTP Arena. Arena is e-gaming. E-gaming is growing all around the world, especially for the young generation.
Right.
So they like to play online with other colleagues from different points of the world. So we have created ITP Arena. We organize big events in stadiums. It's incredible how the people, they play in a big hall with with thousands of people together. It's like a football match or something like that. So we need to create different offer on the digital, and we must continue preserving that independence and information very accurate, very precise, which is our tradition and our school, because the people, they can see fake news, they can watch fake news, they can go to different sources. But if the people, they want to check if it's really or not, they usually go to PSM just to confirm, which is nice.
Right. Alfonso, let me bring you in. Do you agree with Jose here saying that public broadcasters will always, if not at least for the foreseeable future, have people coming to them to verify the information that they have? What do you think could be done against the amount of fake news that we're exposed through today on digital platforms?
Well, we are not optimists. We are not pessimists. The title of this World Forum had a word we like, opportunities. The future of television will depend on well-told stories, creative storytelling, and audiovisual quality. And many of the programs produced by public channels in Latin America have a transmedia narrative and also represent citizenship and entertainment because they are the very reflection of ordinary people. They talk about topics that interest people, and that is why they have a long life on platforms like YouTube with thousands of views. There are many examples of Canal 11 and Canal 22, Channel 11 and Channel 22 in Mexico, Señal Colombia and Telepacífico in Colombia, Canal Futura in Brazil, or Encuentro and Paca Paca in Argentina. One example will be the documentary series Historias de Vida, Histories of Life, biographies of prominent Mexican artists and personalities, that was produced a decade ago, but is now still running on YouTube and iTunes thanks to a digital campaign to attract young audiences via Instagram and TikTok. And now even high school teachers use these documentaries to teach history, culture, and society topics in their classes. Proof that television is evolving is in the programs of the current World Cup, where we see a lot of influencers at late night shows who bring their respective followers to the television set and broadcast such content on their own social networks. But also, you can watch the entire show on YouTube as soon as its satellite broadcast ends from the comfort of your computer anytime, anywhere with Wi-Fi. The mode of transmission depends more than ever on the type of content and its audience. And coming back to your to your question about fake news, I got this text. Public media must be a guarantee of verified information. People should be able to trust them in every way, because their role is to provide public service, and that means reporting with proven data and numbers. For example, in Latin America, many of the public media did serious work during the pandemic. We, at Latin American television, designed a plan for the exchange of children's content of educational and entertainment value, so that all girls and boys in our countries could have free and constant program options during the confinement that closed schools. These actions will be the key: cooperation, collaboration, exchange. We are open to partnership and co-production. On the other hand, a way to fight against the infodemic and fake news. We are not specialists like my colleagues in social matter of journalism, but a way to fight against the infodemic and fake news is through continuous training and learning for all the staff who work on our news channels and programs.
Right.
This year, we have organized several workshops and master classes on the subject, free of charge, for the entire public audiovisual community in Latin America. And doubts and questions have arisen, for sure. But it's important to talk about it and make it clear that there is a lot of pollution on the news and on social media messages, and at least we think that the next step is to talk about the matter directly to the audiences, the young audiences, the children, clearly explaining how, where, and why there is so much fake news.
Right. Well, I have about 5 minutes left on this panel session, so I want to direct my last question to Simon, because with dealing with misinformation, disinformation, fake news, whatever you want to call it, legal regulations are quite crucial here, isn't it?
Yes, but social media is not regulated in any meaningful way in just about any territory. It has the ability to cross borders, and we are seeing that fake news can move around the world in essentially the blink of an eye. And that's where I think it's important that trusted sources are able to do the same. They're able to harness the platforms, whether it's TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, whatever else comes along, to ensure that their content is there. And there are initiatives like the Trusted News Initiative, which Google is playing a part in running, to ensure that public service media and other trusted publications, from the New York Times to others, have a sort of seal of approval, if you like, that demonstrates just how trusted and reliable they are. And just going back to one of the earlier points, for the survival of public service media, relevance is key. It's all about public service broadcasters, media companies, binding nations together. If you're a public service media organization in whatever country, one of your objectives should be to bring the country together, whether it's through participation in the Eurovision Song Contest here in Europe, putting out big-ticket shows like Strictly Come Dancing in the UK, which has spawned Dancing with the Stars around the world, which becomes watercolour TV that everybody talks about. And it's about making yourself relevant across drama, across entertainment, across music, and across news. So it's a whole panoply of stuff that public service media does that no other organizations really do.
Right, and Gregory, you want to add to that?
Yes, I want to add, I have 2 or 3 things I want to add. First of all, in the context of Africa, we see clearly that if you need good information, reliable information, you have to go to public service media. Because you have well-trained journalists, you have an editorial policy, and people who knows what they have to do. As my colleague said, one of our objectives is to bring everybody together and to bring peace in the country. And this is very, very important in the context of Africa, where you can have a country with more than 300 tribes, people talking different languages, but having different interests, but living in the same country. In particular, when we deal with politics, it's very, very important. So the digitalization can become a very, very dangerous thing in that context, where everybody can say what he wants to do. But public medias have the obligation to bring everybody together within the country and to make that everybody should live in peace and accept other people. The other things this digitalization brought is the freedom from Africa. You know, for many years, people have been talking of Africa as a continent where you have only diseases, where you have only war, where you have only hunger, which has nothing to do with the truth. In Africa, you will find people who are fighting to earn a living. You will find people who are fighting for development. In Africa, you have people who are fighting for the interests of the continent. But at times, these big medias, I'm sorry to say that, coming from this part of the world, when I say part of the world is Europe, America, they don't emphasize on that aspect of people working and people trying to earn their living, develop the country. That's why at the level of our union, African Union of Broadcasting, we have developed a news exchange center in Algeria. With this news exchange center, we want to write our history as African. We have to tell to people exactly what is happening in Africa. And that's why we appreciate the cooperation with TRT. Because we have started planning for Africa Forum Media with TRT. But the first thing we notice is that the subjects are selected by we, African. The subjects are selected by we, the speaker will be selected by we, and it's very, very important. Because at times when I reach in forum or fora like this, I listen to people talking about media in Africa. I ask myself, is it Africa or they're talking about, or they're talking about their dreams? We must know, everybody must know that Africa is, in Africa today, people are working for development. People are working for their interests, and the best thing to do is to allow Africa to take care of itself and develop itself. Media should work for their development, and I think we have a lot of things to bring to this world civilization, because we have our identity, we have our realities, and other people, I think they need also to know exactly what is our identity and what we think on the world and the way the world is growing. Thank you.
Right, determining the narrative is significant indeed. All right, I'm going to have to wrap up this panel with that. Simon Spanswick, thank you so much for being with us here today. Gregory Jaca, thank you so much for being with us here today. Jose Lopez de Araujo, thank you so much for being with us today. And last but not least, Alfonso Hurtado Ruiz. I hope I pronounced all of your names correctly. Sorry for any mispronunciations, but thank you all for being with us here today. It was a pleasure speaking to every single one of you.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you.
That this session was the shortest.
Really? Well, we've been talking for about an hour now. It's actually longer than
Up to an hour.
scheduled.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us on the third session on the second and final day of the TRT World Forum 2022. My name is Oscar Surbakti. I'm a news anchor at TRT World, and I also host the network's international business and finance show, Money Talks. I hope you've been enjoying the forum so far, and now we'll be taking the discussion further with this next session called Between Recession and Stagflation, the world economy at a crossroads. In a world still emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic, the war in Ukraine has upended the fragile recovery of the global economy, which is now grappling with a sharp deceleration in economic growth. This sharp slowdown in growth, coupled with rising inflation, is reminiscent of the stagflation that we witnessed in the 1970s. While both rich and poor countries are being hit by the slowdown, developing and emerging economies are more vulnerable. Rising inequality and security challenges within and among countries exacerbate the risks of divisions and restrain economic and social development. Finding viable solutions to reduce the gap between the rich and the poor has become a strategic imperative for governments, regional bodies, and international organizations. Soaring prices are affecting households and central banks alike, multiplying the challenges that are facing lawmakers. Many countries are grappling with rising inflation rates as pandemic-related supply chain disruptions push up prices exacerbated by geopolitical tensions. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has also set off an energy crisis, particularly in Europe. So how can we ensure that financial systems move from commitments to action? To reduce the risk of history repeating itself, what can we learn from comparable situations in the past? This session will address the headwinds and tailwinds facing the global economy and explore a broader set of foundations for growth to ensure long-term economic prosperity. Now, to discuss these issues and more, I'd like to introduce our panel of esteemed speakers. Salim Mandivala is a senator, chief whip, and Salim Mandivala is a senator, chief whip, and former minister of finance of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Livio Manzini is our next guest. Now, he's the chairman and CEO of Bell Holding. He's also the head of the Italian Chamber of Commerce, which I was just informed is one of the oldest Italian chambers of commerce outside of Italy itself. And our next guest is Voski Maciej. He's the editor-in-chief of Gazeta Bankowa, a magazine covering the finance, banking, and insurance industries. And last but certainly not least is Yusuf Abdullayev. He is the head of the Export and Investment Promotion Agency of the Republic of Azerbaijan. A warm welcome to you all. Thank you so much for joining us. at the TRT World Forum. Senator, if I could begin with you. Obviously, as I mentioned, the global economy is facing a number of significant challenges at the moment. So the world is still emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic, but now we've got the added pressure that the conflict in Ukraine has brought upon us. I mentioned that emerging economies, such as Pakistan's, could be particularly vulnerable at this time, especially in your country, which has suffered some horrific flooding, historic flooding in the south of the country. Can you explain to us how Pakistan is coping with these myriad challenges at this crossroads right now?
I would like to thank you for inviting me to this esteemed forum of TRT. Definitely, there are serious economic challenges to the world, and especially to the developing countries like Pakistan. And after the COVID, the moment we came over COVID, we had the flood situation in Pakistan. So it was one crisis after the other. And it's a continuing struggle, and we are still struggling today. We had to go to the IMF, we had to go to the multilateral agencies, we have to restructure our debt, and the world is also hurting economically, which does not help us, either. So countries which are developing countries and which are facing crisis of climate change and others, they are really struggling hard, and it's not easy to govern a country like this, which is economically struggling. And but we are trying, and with the help of our allies and our friends, we are able to put the economy back in order somehow. And it will definitely take us some time for Pakistan to recover from what it was 5 years ago or 7 years ago. So it is definitely a challenge for us.
Livio Manzini, I'd like to get your perspective now as one of the captains of industry based in Istanbul right now. Explain to us what Bell Holding does and what challenges that your company has faced in the wake of the pandemic and now the conflict in Ukraine.
First of all, let me also thank TRT World for the invitation to attend this panel. Oscar, of course, the point of view of a company like Bell Holding is clearly very restricted. We are an industrial company. We are a B2B company, and therefore very much part of supply chains. We make packaging material for consumer products. And in some cases because we service also the pharma world, you may say that it is an essential part of the economy. And therefore we managed to keep going throughout the pandemic. Having said that, what is really happening is a much larger disruption. And when you look at the pandemic, the war in Russia and other political developments, geopolitical developments, we are talking about a major disruption. And we've had disruptions in the past as well. The internet, for instance, was a huge disruption. There are always in disruptions, there are winners and losers, so threats and opportunities. On balance, though, the technological disruptions have proved positive. They have added value, created value. In particular, globalization at the end of the ideological wars of the second half of the 20th century, globalization has really lifted billions of people out of poverty in developing countries, whilst keeping the developed economies' consumers happy with zero inflation and a good choice of products.
But these latest disruptions, I'm afraid, as you mentioned, are bringing us a period maybe of lose-lose, and it requires a lot of attention and skill to navigate in these waters. Certainly my attention right now is very much focused on keeping the business afloat, but navigating treacherous waters is one thing. What the world needs is new investment, is new job creation, is new trading opportunities. At the Italian Chamber of Commerce, for 137 years, we've been operating on the bilateral relationship between Turkey and Italy, and of course the EU and Turkey, I should say, and we've been successful. I mean, last year was a record year. This year we're going to beat that record in terms of bilateral trade. But in terms of new investment, creating new jobs, obviously this is proving a harder sell right now, but the opportunities are there. And it's a difficult period, but I am clearly, as an industrialist, I have to be an optimist and always see the glass half full. Thank you.
Okay, Bosco Mace, I'd like to bring you in now, because as a fellow journalist, we report day in, day out on basically everything that happens in the world. But you're based in Poland, and Poland, as we know, has been one of the largest recipients of Ukrainian refugees, for example. So you have that direct first-hand experience of how a conflict is really having an impact in your own country. But explain to us more broadly, what are the short and long-term impacts of something like a conflict in a neighboring country, as well as the pandemic? Do you believe that the world economy is coping with those two issues right now?
Thank you for the very interesting question, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. First of all, I want to say that the whole of Europe and the whole world has to face the simultaneous occurrence of several variables which we call black swans. Black Swan was supposed to be a theoretical event, surprising, unpredictable, and seemed unreal. The COVID-19 pandemic and the global lockdown breaking all supply chains and have shown that black swans exist. Never before in history there were so many black swans at one moment, so many events affecting the economic policy at the same time and with such an intensity. So we don't have any theoretical models to fight them. The Polish, like you said, the Polish economy coped best in Europe with the effects of pandemic. As now we can see from the latest macroeconomic data. The Poland also coping well with effects of the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis related to it. I think I must say that the Polish government was one of the first in Europe to launch a system of financial shields for business and companies fighting with first hits of broken supply chains. And from the very beginning of the pandemic crisis, we are trying to protect economic potential and survive until the global storms come down. It's important to say that Poland entered the COVID crisis on a hot economic engine. Historically low unemployment rate, growing GDP, a stable budget, and stable monetary policy based on its own currency, Polish zloty. It worked. there is a good chance that Poland, as one of the few European countries, will avoid recession in the next year. Although increase will be only about 1.5% GDP. But compared to many other EU countries that will experience recession, it will be great success, especially since Poland is a frontline country and therefore exposed to various additional additional risks resulting from the war beyond our eastern border. I think the key for this situation, we are in Europe and in whole of the world, the key is cooperation between all the countries with economic policy. Cooperation in helping Ukraine, cooperation in digitalization and in development after pandemic, and cooperation with the green energy transformation leading to economic security. This economic security, I think it is the last year, it's changed from the security to defending, economic and energy defending of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, Vosko. Yusuf Abdullayev, as the head of the Export and Investment Promotion Agency of Azerbaijan, I'd like to ask you about Azerbaijan more broadly. It's a country that's blessed with great natural resources. In fact, we are seeing more countries, including the European Union, for example, signing deals with Azerbaijan now for natural gas. I'm wondering, is an economy like yours, is it coping better than others because of that mineral wealth?
Well, that is a very good question. I also would like to say thank you to organizers for having us and inviting us yesterday for opening ceremony and for this panel with this esteemed panelists. Well, actually, yeah, so we're not a big country, we're a small country, Azerbaijan, as you said, but it affects us in both ways, negatively and positively, as you said, because we have oil and gas resources. So these resources, actually, we had a very good cooperation with all our neighbors, and not only the neighbors, with EU countries, with Asian countries, with everybody. But when you look at, and I would like to say, like example, the Italy, one of the main partner in EU. And the Italy, our turnover for last year was at $10 billion, but for this 11 months, I think we have a $13-14 billion. So and why? Because of course it's an increasing of gas supply to Italy. But of course, we have another part of this coin. We have a border with Russia, and of course we have an oil and gas export and we have a non-oil and gas export. And of course, it affects our non-oil and gas export because in terms of the situation, and of course we have a very good cooperation and relationship with the Ukraine as well. So our state oil company, SOCAR, which is very active in Turkey as well, because Azerbaijan is the biggest foreign investor in Turkey. So we had a very big investment in Italy, in the Ukraine, and in Russia as well. So just imagine when we have this situation, so it affects you in let's say, in a positively and negatively. But as I've said, in terms of increasing our non-oil and gas export, of course, it affected us very negatively. But for oil and gas, as you correctly mentioned, this July we signed the papers, the memorandum with the EU about the increasing of gas supply in the future. And of course, we as a country do our best to provide and to support our European countries and partners for this gas supply. But at the end of the day, when you, of course, our country, we earn the money from that. This is very good for our country, and our GDP is doing very well. our growth, it's like something 6.57%, and I think it's very good figures. But nevertheless, unfortunately, it happens, the situation, and when we have a neighboring country, as a big country as Russia, with all the situation, with all these borders, so of course it affects you in negatively way as well. But as a country, we're trying to do our best, and as our investment promotion agency, we're trying to find the right way and right niche for our potential investors, for our exporters. But I've said it's very easy to say, but not easy to do. So we're trying to do our best.
Senator, before the pandemic, Pakistan was being identified as one of the emerging economies to watch. Pakistan has a dynamic population, a dynamic, young and educated population. And of course, sadly, the pandemic hit Pakistan as well as the rest of the world. And as you mentioned in your initial remarks, you've now turned to the International Monetary Fund in order to get a line of credit. How, in your view, can Pakistan emerge from the economic problems that it's facing now? Does it have to look beyond its borders to countries like China, for example, to help boost its own reserves?
Definitely, right now, actually, we are in a restructuring process, and we need to restructure our debt, and our trade deficits are high. So we are looking at all these angles. No doubt, before the COVID, we were doing extremely well. We had a growth like 6%, and suddenly after the COVID, we went into a negative growth, which really put things in a different perspective. So now, and then after that, this climate change situation and the floods in Pakistan, this has really put us in a difficult position. And even in the climate change conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, this issue was raised that the country is suffering because of climate change, and Pakistan is one of them, is really having to face difficulties which we never imagined. And many parts of the country is still underwater, and we can't get, things are not going back to normal in the country, and people are, evacuated from their homes, and we are struggling. We are in a situation where we have to bring normal life in the country. So these priorities right now are different for Pakistan, but definitely we want to go back to our growth of 6%, which we had before COVID, and we need to do some serious restructuring in our debt and talk to the multilaterals, and that is why we have engaged with IMF also. So I am quite hopeful that we'll come around. But this, you can say, this double jeopardy of COVID and floods has really put Pakistan in a difficult position. But nevertheless, China, United States, our Arab friends, our European allies, everybody understands our issues, and they are coming to help us in whichever way they can. Even Turkey has been in the front to support Pakistan to overcome this flood crisis in Pakistan. So I'm sure after things have improved internally, we will get better.
Livio, can I follow up with you on one of the Senator's points, the issue of climate change? It seems that in the wake of the conflict we're seeing in Ukraine, the issue of climate change is taken a bit of a back seat as countries, particularly in Western Europe, scramble for any energy source they can find, even if it is in fossil fuels. As someone who runs quite a vast business, how has the issue of climate change affected your operations, and what sort of impact, excuse me, what sort of impact does this issue have in terms of your business going forward? Is it something that you actively plan for and consider?
Thank you, Oscar, for the question. This is, of course, is a very relevant topic and question. Right now, arguably, it is the main issue of the planet. Every single company is just a drop of water, but then it adds up to the big picture. Unfortunately, the war in Ukraine, as you rightly say, has brought the issue a bit on a back seat, and it is a shame, because clearly the planet is not waiting for the war to finish. Things are continuing to move. So global warming is continuing. At the recent COP meeting, it was in Egypt. They were about to abandon the objective of 1.5 degree. Fortunately, they backtracked. But clearly, right now, there isn't that much optimism that these ceilings are not going to be breached sooner rather than later. And then it becomes exponential. So we all have a duty to participate. As our company is concerned, we are, for instance, in Turkey, we've been the first for-profit organization to sign the Ellen MacArthur Foundation New Plastic Economy Global Commitment, aiming to have a zero environmental footprint by 2025. And we've also made a commitment to halve our carbon emissions, so our carbon footprint by half by 2030. Clearly, giving these targets is easy. The act of giving a target itself costs nothing. But unless you are doing greenwashing, then you have to start getting everybody in the organization behind it. In our particular case, we got the people in the organization behind it before declaring the target. So we picked targets that are achievable. It's important to pick targets that are achievable, otherwise people will give up before you even start. But it has to come together with obviously the policies of governments, and governments have a big role to play there. Now, as you know, in the European Union, over a period of time, a carbon trading system has been put in place. Initially, the price of carbon was very low, but then it has gone up, it has struggled, but it is getting there, or it seems to, at least, I cannot judge. Clearly, a carbon trading system together with a price for carbon, so getting who is polluting to pay, at the same time also encouraging people to invest or giving them also the resources to invest, is going to make a difference. And the country where we are, Turkey, has a fantastic potential for alternative sources of energy. I mean, non-fossil fuel, solar, hydro, and wind. And I'm not great with statistics, and of course it's not necessarily my prerogative, but the figures are very encouraging. And if a country like Turkey can do it, other countries can do it as well. The percentage of energy that is generated in Turkey right now from renewable sources is going up very fast. Still a long road to go. We, for instance, are building a new factory, and clearly the roof has already been designed to accommodate solar panels. The quality of the solar panels has increased, so you can generate more energy. So there is also a technological progress that accompanies it. Obviously, hybrid cars and then full electric cars. So there are a lot of possibilities, but everybody has to chip in, so to say. It's not going to happen on its own. Thank you.
Vosko, the issue of inflation is what everyone around the world seems to be talking about right now. We know many countries around the world are experiencing record inflation, and the conventional wisdom has been for central banks to raise interest rates in order to make borrowing more expensive, and that will in turn slow down the economy, slow down demand, and that will hopefully bring down prices. And we're seeing that being led by the US Federal Reserve. It's continuing to raise interest rates. But some countries like Turkey, for example, are taking a different approach. Can I ask you, what do you make of the issue of raising interest rates? Is that the silver bullet that will fix inflation across the globe? Because obviously the other side to that is, as economies slow down, we could be facing a global recession because of that course of action, and many people could also lose their jobs.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Mancini said about the optimism. I think the optimism and pessimism are two emotions that drives the economic policy in our whole world from few months or from 2 years from the pandemic. And about the question, the president of the Polish National Bank communicates that the central bank in Poland will act not pessimistically nor optimistically, trying to find a golden mean. Of course, this is due to the relatively good situation of the Polish economy. Now we have 3-month break in monetary policy tightening, but it's only break. What will be next, I don't know. I'm sure that if someone can say what kind of monetary policy of central banks is right, is the most appropriate, so he can go and get the Nobel Prize. Today, Poland still have the historically lowest unemployment rate, increasing foreign direct investments, a stable banking market, and low, compared to many richer countries, debt. We are entering the fight against inflation and the economic slowdown with solid public finances. I think that in last 2 years we managed to protect the labor market. Now it's time for investments. Also investments resulting from the government's industrial policy and with the use of support, including support from the European Union. Poland is still waiting for funds from the Next Generation EU and the Recovery and Resilience Facility for our national recovery plan. But I'm optimistic. Thank you.
It's a good way to be. Yusuf, can I pick up on Vosko's mention of investments? Obviously, we're at a time when many countries are consumed with spending money in their own economy to try to help their own people cope with rising prices, be it food prices or energy prices. But foreign direct investment is still important, isn't it? It still needs to be encouraged, but with less investment out there, how can you possibly boost foreign direct investment in this current economic climate?
Yeah, very good question. Actually, everybody's talking about the war between Russia and Ukraine, but I think there is another war for FDI, because, and we are their IPA, we see that we're the members of all this big organization which stands for promotion or for indirect investment. And of course, I don't want to use this upbeat phrase that FDI is very important for any economy, for any country. in order to develop your country, you need to keep the flow of FDI. I'm talking about the inward FDI. But of course, it's not easy to do in these circumstances. But as Azerbaijan, nevertheless, we're trying to do our best because we have a very good, a lot of work has been done in terms of giving incentives for foreign investors, for creating very good incentives and opportunities for the companies, for the foreign companies, for the local companies, and of course in terms of creating new industrial zones, free economic zones, and giving all this kind of incentives. But of course, FDI flow, we see, actually we're enjoying the increasing of FDI to our country. When we compare 2022, 2021, it's increased. But of course, it challenges us in that way that all the situation which surrounding us with all this war and of course the pandemic years, we cannot say that the pandemic is absolutely over. And but what we see the increasing, we see the changing the ways and the mentality of some big foreign investors which cannot enter some countries and would like to prefer to choose another country. So in these circumstances, of course, we're doing, as IPA, doing our best to see what we can do to attract more and more in FDI. And as I've said, it's critically important for any country. Of course, and from one hand, it's money, it's long money, it's creating new jobs, but on the other hand, it's of course it's a transfer of technology as well. So we are doing our best, trying to do our best to find the solutions in this hard time. How we can increase the flow of FDI in our country, and I think we manage it because at the end of the day, everybody's looking at the figures.
Yes.
And on the papers, we see the increasing, and we do believe that we will remain the same level.
Senator, Pakistan has been looking to forge closer ties with China, the world's second largest economy and I guess America's biggest rival right now. In terms of that partnership, what is Pakistan looking to get out of China? Because we know that as Western powers such as the United States focus on other regions in the world, Beijing is stepping up in order to, I guess, engage with countries like Pakistan that have somewhat been neglected in terms of the West. So are you positive about this relationship with China? How do you see it going forward?
Let me, I think we have very good relations with the West and with China. China, of course, we have a border. It's our neighbor. So, that makes a difference in having a trade relation or an investment relation with a country which has a border with you comparatively with a country which is thousands of miles away from you. So, but at the same time, if you look at China and US relations, even I call it a love and hate relationship, but even then their trade goes on, their business goes on, and they are not, I don't feel there is a lot of change. There's a lot of talk about it, but there's not much change in their relationship because I don't think they can survive without each other. And similarly, as China is on our border and it can support us much more, I think, effectively than other countries, investment-wise or trade-wise or otherwise. So obviously, that's our first choice. And having connectivity, road connectivity, and sea connectivity now, it's much more easier for us to work with China. So it's not a preference really. It's just the location and the advantage of reaching China within few hours by road. It makes a difference. But I feel with China we have progressed a lot, and we continue to progress with them in future. and we are also getting support from them as far as the flood is concerned in a great way. They are also helping us because majority of our debt is with China. So we are in discussion with them to restructure our debt. So I feel, but at the same time, United States and Europe are also supporting us in the best way they can. So I cannot say really that, one is better than the other. And I feel that right now, in the situation the world is in, like all of my colleagues here mentioned, the energy crisis, the food crisis, and if you saw the opening of this session, it was wheat. Wheat was the opening of the session. That, food, big energy challenge in the world today. You cannot find gas today in the world, if you want to, because of the war and the Russian crisis, because of the energy going on. So, all this complicates and makes things more difficult for a country like Pakistan, which is struggling. But nevertheless, we are able to deal with all our allies and all our countries, and I think it will be okay.
Livio, to ask you about China as well, the country is still seen as the world's factory. It exports an untold number of goods to the rest of the world. But under China's strict zero COVID policy, we've seen that having a huge impact not only on the Chinese economy itself, but as the snap lockdowns occurred, the export of goods was also impeded, which meant that the rest of the world couldn't get those goods, further pushing up prices. But as we've seen in recent days, Beijing has announced a significant relaxation of that strict policy. Are you hopeful that with the easing of China's zero COVID policy, that perhaps we can see a return to some sense of normalcy in terms of global trade?
Well, Oscar, of course, in order to properly answer your question, we have to look at the scale of the issue. I mean, for instance, the bilateral trade between China and the US is of such a scale that it requires, in terms of numbers, that it requires, of course, mega factories, mega production centers. Everything I say is obviously affected by the fact that I am myself an industrialist. Clearly, in the world of business, you also have services, you have other things. So I tend to be a little bit more focused on manufacturing, on industrialists, but that's where the most of the jobs are as well. Not necessarily most of the value creation these days, but still, a big chunk of the economy. Now, there has been, and it predates COVID, a political will, and I'm not here to judge it, whether it's correct or not, but very clearly, first from the US and then from the EU, to be less dependent, let's say, on factory China, as you defined it. And that predates COVID. Clearly, COVID exacerbated this and made the politicians who were advocating this for geostrategic reasons, made them even more correct in a sense, because the supply chains, in particular from the Far East, froze up. Now, if we are, say, in a sense of thawing of these supply chains, it is probably not going to change the underlying policy, because the underlying policy is not just geostrategic. Long supply chains also have, in terms of shipping and so on, a greater impact on the planet. So in terms of carbon footprint, long supply chains are not positive, and the big multinationals, which are behind the effort of reducing carbon footprint, etc., are, paying attention to this. So nearshoring is also a result of sustainability issues, not just geostrategic ones. Then, of course, it has come to the realization that in order not to incur the freezing up of the supply chains, unless you have a closer base or a more secure one, you are going to have bigger stocks. There's no other alternative. And these companies, I mean the big companies, no longer have the possibility, either financial or will, to build up the stocks of all the materials that are necessary. They might not even have the square meters. And so the shifting of the supply chains to friendlier shores is going to continue. From that point of view, for instance, Turkey is likely to be a big winner, and it's already happening. Because in order to, first of all, you cannot do it short term. These decisions are longer term decisions. You do not move a factory just for 1 year. When you decide to move a production base or a supplier, you, in particular, if you're looking to a certain scale, you are making a commitment for 5, 7, maybe 10 years going forward. These are not easy decisions, but once they're taken, you have to stick by them. So you have to move to a place which can give you the scale, so the manufacturing base with the required scale, the people, so the technical expertise, everything else that goes around it, so rule of, the legal, the commercial, legal infrastructure, the financial infrastructure, the hub, the transportation, the logistics. And when you add all them up, you have very few countries that tick all the boxes. Turkey is certainly one of them. I don't want to say it's the only one. I just operate here and I can see it. But there must be others, but there aren't so many. And therefore, this shift, even with the thawing, is not going to disappear. Of course, again, we're talking scale. I mean, China is now, first of all, it has a huge internal market. China is no longer producing for export. It also has now a huge middle class. I mean, we're talking about more than 1 billion people. So even if the middle class is only, say, 10%, it's 100 million, So it's now a huge internal market. And a lot of international companies are now dependent on the internal market of China, on the Chinese consumer. Clearly, luxury companies, Italian ones, French ones, are one of them, but cars and so on. So there is this interdependence. The interdependence which will not disappear, but the shift of not depending so much for our own survival will continue the same way that Europe basically in recent years was dependent on cheap labor from the Far East and cheap gas from Russia. And that's over as well. So we're talking about disruptions, and these trends are not going to change very fast. Even if the war ends tomorrow, the Germans and the Europeans will not want to be so dependent on Russian oil and gas going forward. I don't know if I have answered your question. But
no, you have. Yeah, thank you. Vosko, the supply chain disruptions that Livio mentioned that were blamed on the pandemic have been blamed for the inflation that we're seeing now. But some critics are also saying that many businesses and companies now are taking advantage of that and are raising prices beyond what is reasonable, taking advantage of the supply chain disruptions in order basically to make more profits. And all of us in the audience are probably, we walk into a supermarket, we're paying more for groceries, we walk into H&M or Zara and clothes are a lot more expensive now. To what extent do you believe are companies now profiting from this inflationary environment?
course, companies are profiting, but the problems with supply chains is a challenge for them in the same time. So the change in supply chains is very, very big and deeply goes to the big companies, big international companies. And I want to say about the competitiveness from between Europe, United States, Asia, because we must talk more, I think, about biggest organizations, not only about the companies, biggest organizations, biggest economic organizations. When we talk about it, and we see this American new law for the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA. So when I first time heard about IRA, I said, okay, welcome to deglobalization. It's the very big impact to world economic, the global economic. I think that these processes are naturally evokes, once again, emotions, and in this case, anger. We had the same problem in Europe with Germany. Bundestag allocated 200 billion euro to protect German companies and citizens against high energy prices, inflation for the next step. Other European countries are not able to allocate such a budget for support. It naturally evokes emotions and anger. The global economy, and even we are talking about companies, or we are talking about economic organizations, about the biggest organizations like Europe, United States, and China, operates on the principle of connected vessels. So when we are talking in Europe now about new law for European Union with program of large subsidies favoring European industry, I understand it. It's reaction for another programs in another places in the world. In the same time, it's another problem. In the same time, we are talking in EU Parliament about electric cars from 2035. What's about the competitiveness of the European economic in the global economic? In the same time, Poland calls for legislative actions for gas price cap at a level acceptable for final consumers. This discussion in European Union has been going for 8-9 weeks now. What is certain, the energy industry will change. It's obvious. The supplies of natural resources, gas, oil, and their use in energy sector will decrease. Maybe not as fast as some of European colleagues wants, but I want to. My point of view is that is one construction who will lead the energy economy the next years. Poland announces the constructions of 3 nuclear power plants, and China plans to build 150 nuclear reactors in the next 15 years. It's more than the rest of the world has built in last 35 years. So if you're asking me what's going to drive the world and the economic over the next few years, I think it will be nuclear energy. We did the lesson well with the green power, with the renewables. Now I think it's time for resurrection of nuclear power in economics. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vosko. And unfortunately, we've run out of time. But I just would like to thank all of you. And also, I really do like the takeaway message that perhaps we can look forward to a more optimistic future despite what we're seeing economically and globally right now. So can we please thank our panelists, Senator Salim Mandzivivala, Livio Manzini, Voski Maciej, and Yusuf Abdullayev. And thank you all for taking part as well. I hope you found it as insightful as I did, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the TRT World Forum. I've been told there's a 5-minute break before the next session, so hopefully you can stretch your legs before the next discussion. Thank you.
I see people still streaming in, which is great. The more, the merrier. There's a lot of good information that you'll miss out on if you're not here. So I'm looking at the time. It's 14:52 local. I've been told we have 45 minutes, which means that we're going to get to round about 15:38, 15:40 before they tell me to wrap up. So I know that time is of the essence, which means that it's my job to stay out of the way as much as possible and to facilitate the discussion. I'm really grateful that we get to talk about the refugee crisis, which it still is. It's a global refugee crisis. And if you want to use the interchangeable word migration crisis, you may. It still, in many ways, means the same thing, and we'll tease that out as we go along with our guests as well. This is still an era that we're living in where it is the worst refugee crisis since World War II. That, for many of us, is our grandparents' generation. It echoes and resonates day to day across multiple continents, across multiple countries. Some rich countries, some poor countries, some countries still at war, some post-war. And every situation is different, every context is different, which makes it all the more intriguing to see if there are solutions that can be followed within countries that can be replicated elsewhere, or if there are some very specific things that are only context-specific within particular paradigms or countries. So, I'm delighted to introduce my panel to you today. To my left, we have Her Excellency Mrs. Sadia Omar Farouk, who's the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs and Disaster Management and Social Development for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's not often that we get to speak to a sitting minister from Nigeria, so ma'am, it's a pleasure having you here with us. To her left, we have Dr. Kerem Kınık, who's the president of the Turkish Red Crescent. Sir, it is a pleasure having you as well. There's a lot to talk about within this particular country, within Turkey, and it being a country at the heart of the global refugee crisis over the past few years. To his left, we have Gillian Triggs, who's the Assistant High Commissioner for Protection at UNHCR. And the refugee arm of the United Nations is one that has come under a lot of scrutiny over the past few years, and it's many migration and refugee arms as well. And ma'am, as far as I understand, you are also the Assistant Secretary General to Antonio Guterres, so it is an honor having you with us during this discussion. And on the far left, not politically, but just to my left here, Kurt de Boeuf, who's a Senior Associate Researcher at the Free University of Brussels. Mr. de Boeuf, pleasure having you with us. And the smartest man in the room, dressed very well. Let us begin, and let me start to my immediate left with the Honorable Minister. Ma'am, Nigeria is a country like no other. Not many countries can say that they have more than 5 million internally displaced people, IDPs, people on the move from multiple crises and conflicts within the borders, and of course, people streaming across the border from places like Cameroon and elsewhere. It probably suggests that you cannot have a single policy and a single solution in a humanitarian sense, in an economic sense, in a political sense. How do you tackle all of this at the same time?
Thank you very much. Let me start by appreciating the Turkish radio and television for inviting us to this forum. As rightly mentioned, Nigeria is faced with multi-dimensional issues of migration. We have our own complex crisis as a result of the insurgency in a part of the country, which leads to people being displaced, people, crossing the borders as refugees to other neighboring countries. And also, as a result of the crisis in the Niger Delta, people get displaced So for us in Nigeria, we are faced with the mixed migration dimensions, where you have internally displaced persons, you have refugees, you also have returning migrants or migrants who have crossed the borders to other parts of the world. And for us to address these issues, we have developed frameworks and legal institutions to see that this crisis or these mixed migration issues are tackled in a very well coordinated manner. For instance, we have the national migration policy that deals with these issues of migration, where we have different thematic areas, because these migration issues cuts across other segments of the society or other institutions. And so we have thematic areas where we bring different arms of government, different NTAs to focus on specific thematic areas. This is one aspect that Nigeria really focuses and addresses the issues of mixed migration. We also have the internally displaced policy, the national policy for internal displacement. This also we are addressing in a very coordinated manner with different thematic areas, different MDAs focusing on their own areas of responsibilities and expertise. When the COVID came in, though it's a health challenge or is a health crisis, it is also a humanitarian crisis, and my ministry was at the forefront of addressing these issues to see how we take humanitarian interventions to these vulnerable groups, especially the internally displaced persons, the refugees who are in our country who already are vulnerable and then have become more vulnerable, and then those who have become vulnerable again, for instance, the daily wage earners, the urban and peri-urban population, where we have to now find a way to see how we can support them, especially during the lockdown. So Nigeria is trying very well to see that these issues were addressed, and these issues were addressed in a very comprehensive and coordinated manner.
Okay, so something for you to keep in mind that we can circle back to is when we talk about what happens next, because nobody wants to be a refugee forever. How do they transcend their situation, whether they are an internally displaced person or they're somebody who has crossed from across the border? When we come back to you a little bit later on, just keep it in mind. I wonder what the plan is and what measures there might be for that moving forward. As we go along here, I want to get opening statements from everybody here on the panel, and then I hope that everybody can interact with each other and maybe even ask some questions of each other if they so wish. Kerem Kinnick, there's a very beautiful poem from the Somali-British poet, I think Somali-British, Warsan Shire. Nobody puts their children in the boat unless the ocean is safer than the land. As this migration and refugee crisis has unfolded over the years, a lot of people in a lot of countries have believed that migrants have a choice, that these people are not coming to safer land, that they're coming for reasons other than fleeing to safety. It has emerged in different phenomena in different countries. And I guess it happens with economic stress. It happens when demagogues and political leaders say so. From your position, how difficult does that aspect make it for you when you're trying to do the humanitarian work and help people who are on the move?
Thank you very much. You are right. And we are facing as humanity the largest and complex and protracted ever population movement. Regardless regular or irregular migrants or refugees, forcibly displaced, internally or externally movement, but many root causes of those population movements. And if we want to treat this illness, we have to diagnose rightly the first. Yes, economical reasons for migrants. Yes, conflicts, international armed conflicts, interstate armed conflicts. We have active, almost 100 active armed conflicts. Mass majority of them between non-state armed groups. And the conflicts of, the habit of the conflicts nowadays in contemporary era changed their environment. Actually, before 18th century, conflicts was between armies, far away from the civil societies and urban areas. Then it shifted to the international conflicts. Nowadays we are witnessing proxy war, subcontracted armed conflicts. So many states supporting some non-state armed groups to protect their interests in different areas, and it brought to new era a complex and protracted humanitarian crisis. So if we compare crises and tensions in the world and preventive measures and international interventions, international interventions is so weak. In terms of security policy making processes, in terms of delivering humanitarian assistance, in terms of, today we are celebrating World Human Rights Day. So it's really difficult to say international community or mankind are able to protect human rights fully all over the world. So we as humanitarians are struggling with lack of finance, mid-term and long-term financing of our programs to protect dignity and provide humanitarian even basic assistance, shelter, food, healthcare, education, and other things to people in need. And in many conflict areas, our humanitarian actors open to danger. There is no international protection because the armed groups, generally non-state armed groups, and it's really difficult to expect from them to apply international humanitarian law or those kind of international regulations. It's really difficult. So there is no protection, umbrella upon humanitarian actors, and it's not only for the root cause is so complex, not only armed conflicts, climate change, sexual violence, gender-based violence, unfair, sharing the capitals, or lack of governance of the states, many things. So our problems, all our problems, mainly global, and solutions must be global. It means the states and international community and mankind, the societies, intellectuals, academicians, must collaborate each other for elevating those suffering and protecting dignity of mankind and saving the future.
And the problem lies in the fact that some people are sympathetic to some refugees but not others. Some migrants and not others for nationalistic or ideological or whatever reasons, and that's something we can get into as we go along. Gillian Triggs, ma'am, I first came across a lot of your work when you were outspoken in Australia related to the situation in Manus and Nauru. People were suffering on those islands offshore. You were very outspoken about the government policy there. You're now on the international stage, where it's not only the context of what was happening in Australia, but you have the opportunity to see the parallels elsewhere in the world. And is it the ugly reality that there are many parallels with that situation in Australia all over the world?
And may I say what a huge pleasure it is to be here in Istanbul. And it is, of course, as you quite correctly say, the Human Rights Day. And if we have a solution, it's got to bring us back to those fundamental principles of human rights. But yes, I think the key issue, and the Minister for Nigeria has really made the point very well, and that is we have unprecedented levels of conflict internally and across national borders. We have 103 million people displaced within a country, including, of course, Nigeria, but we also have very high numbers crossing borders, and of course the war in Ukraine has amplified those numbers significantly. So we have extraordinary numbers that the United Nations and the UN Refugee Agency has never met before, and numbers that pose a huge threat to the asylum system, which is really our job to protect. We now find a willingness for countries to disregard the right of every person to claim asylum. Whether they're granted it, of course, depends on proper process. So we have threats to asylum, we have pushbacks, we have denials of access to protection in a way that I think we've never seen before. But equally, in a very complex world, we have some of the most inspiring examples of protection. We have Colombia offering nearly 2 million people a temporary protection for 10 years and a pathway to citizenship. We have the very particular problem of countries that are dealing with internally displaced in the millions. We have the war in Ukraine with nearly 7 million displaced within the country and nearly 8 million displaced externally. But we have the European Temporary Protection Directive, which is unique, really, offering an immediate level of protection, along with other examples such as Colombia offering 10 years a residency permit and a pathway for the Venezuelans. So there are some very good examples, but I think possibly the politicization of migration and refugee needs is one of the greatest challenges. The other being a lack of budgets, and I think that's been mentioned. It is a huge problem, but we have as big a budget today as we've ever had, and yet the gap between the need and the budgets is continuing to grow. And much of that funding, of course, has come from Africa, from North Central America, from other programs around the world to Ukraine. And one of the things that we need to do is to put the spotlight back on where we have long, and the word's been used, protracted conflicts, where there are no solutions in sight. And if I can conclude, may I say that the aspect that I think is inspiring for us is that the solution lies in a multilateral approach, and that point has been made. We have the Global Compact on Refugees and the Global Compact on Migration, and we can start to deal with the elements that the Minister has mentioned, the phenomenon of mixed movements. We have groups that might be migrants looking for a better opportunity in life, leaving poverty and inequality, but we also have others leaving clear cases of conflict and persecution where we need to find solutions. And I think we will only do that together through the multilateral system and through that really inspiring principle of the compacts, which is the equitable sharing of the burdens and responsibilities for people seeking international protection.
How do you do that in the multilateral system when the pinnacle of that would be the UN Security Council, and you have members who fundamentally disagree on the causes of conflicts, on the solutions to conflicts, or even whether those who suffer as a result of the conflict are indeed suffering, or whether it's safe for them to return home, and so on. Because the devil's in the details, right? It's political actors who have to make political decisions in order for multilateralism to work. Is there a ceiling to what you can do as a humanitarian?
Well, actually, we are very pleased by the title of this session, which is Beyond Humanitarianism. And what we mean by that, and hopefully you do too, is that, of course, we're a humanitarian organization, and we must first and foremost provide protection. But equally, we know that the solutions lie working with development actors, with the World Bank, with the private sector, and working towards peace and peace initiatives. Your question is a good one. How do you respond to these issues when we're dealing with sovereign nations in the Security Council with 5 permanent members that can use a veto? How are we ever going to resolve it? And I would suggest that one way forward is the multilateralism through the compacts, which are not dependent totally on states. In other words, sovereign nations are, of course, arguably the most important members, but what's important about the compacts is that they're not legal documents, they're aspirational towards global sharing, but it's a whole of society approach, and that's why a forum of this kind is so important. We now have the World Bank, we have the African Development Bank, we have civil society, faith-based groups, parliamentarians, scholars that we have with us today. We have all the non-governmental organizations, the big organizations, the Red Crescent, the International Committee of the Red Cross, and so on. What I'm suggesting is that we of course, we have the structure under the United Nations Charter and the principles of human rights law, but we now have a softer system where, without legally binding obligations, you have a commitment to achieving joint whole of society and whole of international community responses. And I'd suggest that this is the way forward. Working across our communities and coming together and working to support governments in dealing with the huge problems that they have to address today, with the point that's already been made, non-armed groups. So we're not dealing with classical wars in the main, although of course we have a major one on our hands at the moment.
And what is a government or a nation but a collection of individuals and small little subgroups, right? So putting pressure on those at the top to make certain decisions. Kurt de Boeuf, we've heard a lot of depressing stuff here. I mean, we had some glimmers from Gillian as well, but it doesn't sound as if we're in a good place. One would have thought that reaching the year 2022, we would not have ongoing conflicts such as the situation in Ukraine. We would not have ongoing refugee crises. We would not have tens of millions of people displaced around the world, but we do. We are where we are. Give me something to hold on to that is positive about what's being done to fix the situation.
Well, let me first say I'm not just an academic. I've also been around and have seen quite a lot of refugee situations, and in Egypt, in Syria, in Turkey, certainly in the south, and in Lebanon and so forth, but also in Europe. I live in Brussels, where I've seen, well, that migration, I mean, what it brings about. I would say there's a lot of agreement, and there's a lot of studies that talk about the causes of migration, which is, as said, mostly conflict. Also future causes of migration, which is going to be climate change and so forth, droughts, which is already happening, of course. There's quite some studies about what migration is causing, and which is mostly formulated in let's say, in the word disruption. So it's seen as a big problem, as a crisis, like we've seen in the last 7 years, migration is the biggest crisis since the Second World War. But one thing that has been, I think, understudied is what brings migration on the longer term to a society, to the world. And let me start with a very open door statement, which is, of course, we are all migrants coming from Africa 2 million years ago. I know it's a very long time ago, but just imagine a world without migration, a history without migration. The United States would not have existed. Turkey would have never been Turkey. So, I mean, most of the countries in the world are the product of migration one way or another. And I know this all sounds a bit like ancient history, even though some things are really 20th century stuff. But I live in Brussels, where 60% of the population living in Brussels is not born in Belgium. 60%. Not all of them are migrants or refugees, of course. But the question is, I mean, what with a country or a city where a lot of different people come together from different backgrounds, some from their will, other ones pushed by conflict or economic reasons. And many see Brussels as a problem, you know. So Brussels is I mean, there was the gay football game where the Morocco won and there was some fights in the street. It was all not big, but it was seen as a massive problem. But what I see in a city like Brussels, what I see in a city like Istanbul or Cairo, also where I lived, is that where there's a lot of people coming together, there's a lot of energy coming out. And I think that we've been talking about the politicization of migration, and it's always seen as a bad and dangerous thing. And we will come back to it, I think, with other questions. But this politicization is always seen as the extremes say it's extremely bad, it's dangerous for our society, while the others say, well, we'll try to manage and so forth. But nobody is looking into what are the positive aspects of it. And I think there are many, and I think there are many unknown. And that's perhaps one aspect that we should all look better into, look beyond the disruption, I would say.
Although you're saying that the world was shaped by migration, some of the greatest cities in the world were shaped by migration, that's true. That's a fact. But we're in a situation where that's down the line, if we take our current situation, and people are in refugee camps, people are in horrible conditions, they're not wanted in certain places, cities and countries, their fundamental social dynamics that are restless right now. So how do we get from this one thing to the other thing where we can say, oh, this is a wonderful multicultural city shaped by the migration of Syrians that happened in the 2010s, the migration of Ukrainians that happened, from that war, and so on and so forth. How do we smooth that process to allow for that absorption of migration and refugees into society to add to the richness of humanity? And I guess that's for anyone to tackle here. Who wants to have a go? Go ahead, Kurt.
Let me tackle it theoretically.
Yeah.
I mean, is that why do we have refugee camps? Because they are not welcome in the cities. And that's actually has been always the case. The ones who lived in the city didn't welcome the new guys, but they came anyway. And then they became part of the city, didn't welcome immediately the new guys, and so forth. And it's a continuing process of renewal that eventually shapes the city. And that's how it's going to be. People can't live forever in refugee camps. I mean, whoever has visited refugee camps, that's the place you don't want to be. So the people are imprisoned in a way, in some way or another, and there's no future. So there has to be a solution, and the solution is only absorption, going beyond the disruption scheme. But I think that it is happening anyway, but let's try to figure out the story, how this has happened in the past and how this can work in the future.
Okay, and I guess let me then sort of alter that question a little bit. Kerem Kinnick, for some people the solution is send them back to their home countries. And that is a position that is very hard. It's very synonymous in many ways with political demagoguery and populism. That's an ugly solution as well, in many ways. Tell me how you take the problem that we have right now and we transcend it into making it something livable moving forward.
According to facts and figures, by 2020, we have 271 million migrants, and by the Ukrainian crisis, 100 million refugees, forcibly displaced people nowadays. 60% of total migrants living in or seeking refuge or taking shelter in developed countries, which is normal, it's economical reasons. The 40% of migrants still in the developing countries. Upon IDPs or refugees, it's a kind of burden on developing countries as well. Besides all those facts and figures, and we will celebrate by 17th December the 4th anniversary of Global Compact on Refugees, and it's a kind of international initiative and declaration upon refugees to protect their rights and dignity, to support host communities, and to ease voluntarily returning process to origin countries, and to support resettlement of refugees or migrants to third countries. But what's the outcome of this compact? Actually, only 34,400 people resettled in third countries. So what else? By the last year, we have 6,000 dead fleeing their countries, the migrants. So this system and this agreement and treaties are not able to protect basic human rights. And yes, pushbacks or rising up the walls or rising up the tension domestically, politically, and internationally, polarization and hate speech and real hard policy making against the migrants and refugees. But in the meantime, we are actually monitoring the situation. It's a kind of targeted migrant recruitment policies. Well-trained, well-skilled people, also mostly welcome.
You're talking about mainly Western industrialized nations targeting
yes, because if
migrants, qualified.
The route is mainly from south to north and east to west. It means the developing countries. And those part of the world is aging world and need manpower and educated power. But in the meantime, it's a leakage of origin countries. The brain, doctors, engineers, artists, scholars. So they are absorbing and they are losing. So it is a kind of intellectual property that they are losing. And it is a kind of value for the developing countries. It's not the migration. It's not the humanitarian policy. It's a kind of development policy, unfair development policy. But in the meantime, it's the real, the fact actually. So many countries, Hungary, established by the Turkish population, Hungarian coming from the Central Asia. So it's fact. But in the meantime, we need to reach common understanding as all humanity, how we will protect people on move, and how we will stop criminals smuggling or human trafficking or other well-established and innovative networks.
These industries that build up around
really
it. Right.
Industry. So we need holistic approach.
Right. And Minister Sadia Omar Farouk, you were nodding in agreement there. When Kerem Kinik mentioned countries having this dual problem of losing people and having to absorb people, I'm assuming Nigeria has to grapple with that.
Yes, that's very correct. I was nodding to that because once we stop looking at migration and displacement just as mere numbers, they are reflective of the changing nature of the world today. Therefore, anti-immigration is not productive and is not an option. As you rightly mentioned, the other part of the world now is losing their labor force because of aging. And then the developing countries have such very huge population of a labor force that can be tapped into. And this is where we say migration cannot be stopped, but we want to focus on regular migration, labor exchange, for instance, between the developing and the developed countries, so that this can be done in a very, very coordinated way. And we have labor exchange. Our youth can go to these parts of the world for better life in a very regular way, in a safe, orderly, and regular manner.
Is it not happening in that way right now?
It is not happening, and that is why, and because even of the stringent visa policies of these developed countries, it makes it almost impossible for these migrants to follow the proper channel to migrate to these countries. And this is where we are having discussions around how we can have this regular, coordinated manner of labor exchange and regular migration. And once that is done, I'm sure we'll be able to curb this issue of irregular migration. On the issue of displacement, be it internally or externally, IDPs or refugees, I think countries have to really sit and address the root causes of these problems. Most of it are, developmental, economic reasons why people decide to take laws into their hands. And once governments address these issues, I think we'll be able to reduce to some extent the issue of this crisis that gives birth to displacement. And then, after displacement, what next? We must shift away from just giving humanitarian support. And that is why the theme for this forum is very apt. We have to now focus on the durable solution aspect, on how we're going to support, because as rightly mentioned, refugees will not be refugees forever. Displaced communities or displaced people will not continue to be displaced. But what measures are put in place to see that these people are returned back to their communities in safety, in dignity, people rebuild their lives, you support them with livelihoods, and then so that they are able to fend for themselves and members of their families. So durable solution is very, very, very important. And then on the issue of, camping, Nigeria has a policy, a non-encampment policy for refugees. Our refugees who come into Nigeria are not camped, except in very, 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 very rare occasions where, the terrain is very difficult to reach, to assist, to support. But as a policy, as a government, we do not camp our refugees. Our refugees are allowed to go into the society, reintegrate, and we support them with livelihood support. As a country, we do not camp refugees who come into the country.
You speak of durable solutions long term, whether people want to resettle back where they came from or they want to be absorbed into the society, live dignified lives. Do you have the budget and do you have the political will in your country for that?
Well, we do have the political will. The government, under the leadership of His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, is very committed to that. For instance, in the northeastern part of the country where we have this insurgency issue, the issue of the Boko Haram insurgency, the government has created different platforms and agencies whose mandate is to really address the issue of this durable solution, recovery, reintegration, resettlement, rehabilitation of this affected population that have been displaced. For instance, we have the Northeast Development Commission, which is under the purview of my ministry, and the mandate, the core mandate of that agency is to rebuild, is to recover, is to resettle these displaced communities back into their communities in safety and in dignity, those places that is safe to return. We have started returning them. We have rebuilt their houses. We have put in place infrastructures that will accommodate their yearnings and their aspirations.
Right. And that's encouraging. My colleague Minkaido over there has mentioned that we have 5 minutes left. I don't know where the time flew. So I'm going to try my very best to get us moving here. Gillian Triggs, what is the most important question that we need to ask, or we're failing to ask right now?
Well, I think we have to come to terms with the reality that resettlement and returns to unstable and dangerous places is not realistic. So we have to come to terms with the fact that most people, and as the Minister said, they're migrants, they're refugees, but they won't be forever. They simply become part of the community. And I'd like to take up the point that the Professor has made, that we have to place a stronger emphasis on the riches they bring, the cultural and enterprise skills that they bring to the communities in which they work. But I think the really important question that we now need to look at more deeply is root causes. We cannot keep doing what we're doing. Next year we will report more people, and the year after we'll report even more. So we have, as a global community, to face the reality of looking at poverty, inequality, especially gender inequality, of course conflict and violence. And we have to work on this together. But that involves, to a very significant degree, the transfer of significant development and investment funds to those countries that need to adjust to those root causes. So we want to work with host communities like Turkey, the largest host community in the world, nearly 4 million people. They have to be supported, and other countries, of course, take not dissimilar numbers. We have to adjust to those realities. But eventually, the issue is going to be to ensure that we've invested to stabilize populations and to create an environment in which people are not having to move from the south to the north and the east to the west. It's unsustainable, and it's not addressing the fundamental issues. And I think because of the sheer dimension of the problem that we're dealing with today, I think we're more able to discuss this sensibly. And so a forum like this is very, very welcome, because it raises an awareness, and each of the points that my fellow panelists have made is right. But we have to work together.
Yes.
Kerem, is there a common denominator in your mind that is the root cause, or that are the root causes that are clear to you and should be universally accepted by everybody?
We are, as humans, not only an organic mechanisms. We have spirit and we have values, moral values. We have traditions, and we have identities, social identities and universal identities. If we lost our values, it means we are acting a kind of animals, hunting, gathering, and taking refuge without moral values and other things. But we have to have common moral values as humanity if we want to survive in this planet. And it is really serious risks for all mankind in the world. We will face near future by large number of the disasters and conflicts if we don't change our mindset. And the root cause is nowadays, yes, several, but we will have new causes upon this existing one. And if we act together, actually COVID-19 pandemic was an opportunity for us, but we lose it. Global solidarity, I mean.
Well, we had it for a short while, and then we reverted to factory settings.
Of course. So, I mean, we have to have global understanding and global protection mechanism. If everybody is not in safe place, nobody is safe. So we have to provide equal and worldwide protection and honest policies for everyone, for health coverage, for food security, for climate-related policies, honestly and openly.
Kurt de Boeuf, very finally, I see that it sometimes takes for these very extreme emotional moments, usually in the media, usually things that are shared ubiquitously on social media, shocking images such as the awful image of that young boy, Alan Kurdi, 3 years old, washed up on the beach in 2015, for people to start to care. And then they care for a little while, and then it tapers off again. If there is some sort of lesson that we can draw from that about us as human beings, but also media when they talk about migrants and refugees, what is that lesson?
Our caring for others based on media thing is very short term. But I do believe that people in general have this tendency really to care about each other if they are not dehumanized, if they remain human, having a human face. So it's always the same. The refugee next to you is the good one, and the one that you don't know is the dangerous one. So, I mean, so maybe we should take care more, I mean, bring people, giving more a human face, get less wars. I would like to give a long discourse about conflict, but I would say people are people, and just let's get them closer to each other, more dialogue, and less talking about identity and more about people themselves.
Well, that's very beautiful. And I always think that sometimes we don't listen to the refugees themselves, but we want to listen to the politician talking about refugees, about their intentions. So we'd have Matteo Salvini saying, those refugees are coming here for blah, 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 for these reasons, to take our jobs and so on. But nobody ever asks the refugee, why are you coming? And that's our fault as media as well, because it's a sexy headline to go to Salvini because he's going to say some crazy stuff, right? And that's on us, and we can do better. If anybody wants to add a final comment, go ahead before I wrap up. Anybody here, Minister?
Well, I just want to say that it is important to note that combating this issue of mixed migration requires a multi-stakeholder approach. And this is what each and every one of us here has mentioned. It requires multi-stakeholder engagement in a comprehensive and coordinated manner, multidisciplinary manner, and also to say that we should be highly committed to Objective 23 of the Global Compact on migration, for regular migration, for orderly migration, and also the Global Compact on refugees. Once we're committed to this objective, we'll be able to address these issues of mixed migration.
And we hope that governments and stakeholders take this seriously. Anybody else want to add anything very finally?
Just for resource.
Okay, yeah, final comments. Sorry guys, we're running late. Blame me. Final comments from everybody.
States must give back to migrants resources as much as he got from migrants. Actually, if you compare our humanitarian sector budget, less than 100 billion. If you compare with, the pet food sector, 150 billion, cosmetic sector, 400 billion. So it's really a shame to have this kind of small, scale budget as total humanitarian landscape.
Gillian?
I'd just like to add to the Minister's point, orderly, coherent migration, labour mobility, education, family reunion, community sponsorship at the local level, listening to the voices of refugees. If we can concentrate on that part of the puzzle, that will strengthen the asylum part of the puzzle for those people who are fleeing conflict and persecution. So the two compacts work really well, and I think, frankly, if we can make them work with the right spirits of solidarity, I truly believe we can start to get a better solution to this and avoid the politicization. Thank you.
Beautiful.
I'd like to come back just to the conflict. I mean, the real root is, of course, conflict. And we want less conflict, but we know where the next conflicts might be. Might be again in Libya, might be Sudan, might be Iran, might indeed be again with or without China, in Taiwan. But we don't see less war rhetoric, we see it increasing and less caring about what is going on. And I think what really needs to happen is, and I'm coming back to what the foreign minister said this morning, is we need a new dialogue, a new leadership, and stop this war rhetoric. Otherwise, things will get out of hand pretty quickly, pretty heavily.
Yep. The number one creator of migrants and refugees is war. And that's on the politicians. Here's to a more caring and equitable and compassionate and humane world. I thank you all for joining us. I'm so sorry we have run out of time, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, let's take a photo. Let's just get together for a little photograph. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Thank you. All the best. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear colleagues, everybody, welcome, and welcome to everybody that is coming in from outside. Fantastic to have you all here in person once again. My name is Maria Ramos. I'm an anchor at TRT World, and it is so good to have you here again in person. It was fantastic to speak to so many of our students here yesterday. I spoke to people from Yemen, Iraq, Libya. It is great to have you here. I just want to also give a round of applause to our audience because you are fantastic. These are our future diplomats, our future politicians, our future panelists as well. It's really fantastic to have you here. Now, and of course, for those of you who have come in from outside Istanbul, so many have traveled from afar. Istanbul'a hoş geldiniz. Welcome to Istanbul to all of you who have come in from outside. Now, we are going to be talking about the Russia-Ukraine war. It started on the 24th of February. I remember I was in Istanbul airport. I was flying home to London. I looked up and I saw all the flights cancelled. Flights to Kyiv, flights to Odessa cancelled. I thought, wow, this is really happening. And even before then and since then, it has been, I would say, our top story at TRT World nearly every day. This is such an important subject for Turkey and, of course, for our channel, given, of course, the country's geographical position. The Black Sea is just up there. And, of course, Turkey's fantastic diplomacy in the Black Sea Grain Initiative mediation. A very important subject, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, I am very pleased to announce and welcome our distinguished guest here today. I'd like to start by introducing the Honourable Member of the European Parliament, Mr. Richard Czarnecki. Welcome to you. And next, we have Thomas Greminger, Director of the Geneva Centre for Security Policy. Ambassador Greminger, welcome to you. Evariste Bartolo, former Minister for European and Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Malta, welcome. And Bruno Maçães, best-selling author and former Secretary of State for Europe and Portugal, welcome to you. Join me in welcoming him. And Kılıç Burak Kanat, Research Director for the SETA Foundation, welcome to you. All right, let's start. So I want to start with you, Thomas, because you have just got off the plane from Moscow. What are the Russians saying? What is the plan?
I think there is no plan, at least for the short to medium term.
One second, I'm just going to push your mic. Oops.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm afraid that the perspectives, at least in the short to medium term, are not particularly bright. I think leaders, both, but in particular also the Russian leader, they have positioned themselves in corners. I think they're uncomfortable in these corners, but they don't really know how to get out of this corner. And this is, I'm afraid, the most likely scenario, I would say, for the months to come, is a continuation of high-intensity warfare. I think both sides believe that the military momentum is still on their side, and the Russian armed forces will continue to try full control of the annexed territories, while the Ukrainian armed forces believe they can liberate the occupied territories. And I don't think that this is going to change in the short term. Perhaps at some point we will see attrition on both sides, with exhaustion, a transition to something of a low-intensity conflict, perhaps even with a weak ceasefire, but not for the moment. And what comes thereafter, well, I think we can only reflect in scenarios. There is definitely a scenario of further escalation, but there are also other scenarios, you know, including that one of the sides wins the war militarily. I don't think that it is particularly likely. There is a possibility that this conflict drags on for years, even for decades. But I wouldn't exclude, of course, also a negotiated end to the war that is perceived to be fair by the key stakeholders.
Absolutely. Thomas, fantastic point. And we will get to how this ends, how we get out of this. But thank you so much for giving us a sense of what is fresh there in Russian thinking. Thank you so much. I want to ask you as well, Bruno, you go a lot to Ukraine. What is the feeling there? Where are we now there in Ukraine?
A great feeling of resistance.
If you could put your mic a bit closer to you.
National spirit, patriotism, a sense that this war didn't start in February, it didn't start in 2014. This is a war that goes back centuries for Ukrainian independence and sovereignty. This is how Ukrainians think about it. A history full of heroes, of people who sacrificed for their country's freedom, and the new generation see themselves as part of this struggle. So I saw already in February that Russians were very deceived if they thought Ukraine would be easy to beat. Ukraine is fighting for its past, for its future, and also Russia made it so clear that the alternative is either the kind of destruction we saw in Bucha or Mariupol, or then resistance. So Russia itself left Ukraine with no alternative but to resist. That's been the spirit, and I think it will continue. Obviously, that surprised many people, that Ukraine has been able to put up such resistance against what one still considered the second most powerful military in the world, and many people made the prediction that Ukraine would not last 3 days. But it's clear now that it's Russia that has a serious problem of its hands, and it's Putin that has to try to extricate himself from a conflict that it's very clear now Russia cannot win.
Russia cannot win. That's a very bold remark there. It's clear that Russia cannot win. Why do you say that?
Resistance, Ukraine is much more confident, much more prepared. I remember back in February when Ukrainians were able to shoot down some helicopters, Russian helicopters at Hostomel airport. There was a sense of jubilation and relief. We can do this, because confidence was not that high at the beginning. Since then, Ukraine has had military victory after military victory. Confidence has gone up. The army is much better prepared and trained. And Russia, on the contrary, has suffered enormous losses in equipment and in men.
And I just want to look at what happened this week, because when we hear that Ukraine manages to attack inside mainland Russia, this sent a chill down my spine. And I just want to put that question to you, Evarist, because we were talking outside about there not being support maybe to extend this, but how dangerous is this point at where we are now, where they're reaching mainland Russia?
Yes, I think it's dangerous, and as Thomas was saying, I know that this morning somebody was saying we have a month ahead of us where it's religious festas, perhaps the holidays will help to make people think, reflect, calm down.
You think Christmas could make them calm down?
Well, whereas in fact the signs are that this month is going to serve to actually become more fierce after the holidays are over.
So after Christmas, fiercer.
After Christmas, unfortunately, to expect things to get worse. Now, where will the line be drawn? Where will the line be drawn? Because if it escalates further, involving other countries, then that is really, really, really dangerous. And I think one of the reasons why, first of all, when you ask how do they react, how do people react from both sides, and especially I think from the Russian side, there are obviously two parallel discourses going on. One which is official, this is why we're there, you know, we've been threatened, this is a defensive war, you know, we have to push back.
Yeah.
But then privately, it's a completely different approach and saying, we are overdoing it. We are overdoing it.
And Russia is overdoing it. So you're saying, just for clarity, Russia says that they are overdoing it.
They are overdoing it. And what I think is unfair, I mean, I come from a very small country.
Malta.
Malta is, you know, Istanbul on its own is 16 times larger than Malta. We do not want to live in a world where might is right.
Yeah.
So for us, it's very important that, you know, you cannot simply invade a country and force another country to do what you want. So this is, and it's unfair to punish the Ukrainians, even, and I'm ready to discuss that the West should have treated Russia with more respect towards its security concerns. I am ready to discuss that seriously, that, you know, we did not take them seriously. But you shouldn't punish the Ukrainians to the level that is happening now, not just human suffering, but also the destruction of a country. It's as if you want to push it to ground zero.
I mean, when I speak to my correspondents, those of you that are watching us on TRT World, they're there in pitch black. No water, no energy,
No,
the people living. 40% of the Kyiv region has no power. We'll leave it there for a moment, but I want to come to you, Mr. Czarnecki. You are an honourable member of the European Parliament. You're from Poland as well. A missile landed in Poland very recently. What did that do to the war in Ukraine, and what lessons have been learned from that, if any at all?
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, thanks a lot for inviting me for this important and prestigious conference. Answer for your question is very simple. It's not only war of Ukraine, it's also war of Western world, because Ukraine is part of our European civilization, and we must support this country in our European interest. For example, my country, Poland, open the hearts and doors for not camp refugees, but for private home, private flats, for almost 7 million of refugees. And now it's about 4 million, because part of them came back to their motherland, to Ukraine or to other European countries. But also we offer huge aid, estimate $3 billion, huge military support, $1.8 billion also. But I can repeat, it's not charity action, it's our interest. I think we are politicians and we should speak about also politics here. I think we should support also aspiration of Ukraine to European Union, to NATO in the future. Obviously, we expect very clear message from our neighbors, from Ukraine in this issue.
And how is that going? How is that conversation going to get Ukraine into NATO and in the EU? And how long? Any timeline?
Well, I'm not Prophet Richard, obviously, but my country wait for access about 12 years. Turkey has a little bit longer experience in this issue. Western Balkans country, for example, Serbia and Montenegro, wait.
Still waiting.
Yes, 15 or more years. The problem, one personal memory. When I was Minister for European Affairs in Poland, in cabinet of Prime Minister Buzek, during the British presidency, I visited my British colleague, Mr. Douglas Henderson. He was Minister for European Affairs in first cabinet of Tony Blair, and I asked him, Doug, what do you think? What is the main problem of my country, of Poland, in this negotiation, accession negotiation with European Union? After 1 minute silence, Douglas Henderson answered me, size. I think I would like, please hear my friends from Turkey, friends from Ukraine also. The size, it can be problem for this negotiation for some important EU players. Because absolutely easier open the door of European Union for 700,000 citizens of Montenegro, or 6 or 7 million of population Serbia.
I have Malta and Turkey are laughing here, smiling.
But obviously we should support access of Ukraine, especially a country like Poland. We are neighbors and we support strongly this access.
Thank you so much. I just want to get a quick reaction here because I saw from both of you. Kilic, your reaction to what the Honourable Member Czarnecki just said there.
I'm glad that you didn't ask me that question because it opens...
That's another panel. That's another panel. A huge debate.
That's a totally other panel to discuss Turkey's membership process. But I think the war itself actually demonstrates the significance of Turkey for the European Union as well. And the diplomatic success of Turkey and the role that Turkey has been playing since the beginning of the war actually shows that why Turkey is so important and why it's important for NATO and why it is important for the European Union as well.
And what lessons have been learned in that, would you say?
Lessons, I think about the war in Ukraine, we almost have a lesson fatigue right now. Starting from the first day of the war, we constantly see overestimation and underestimation of one of the powers. And at the end of the day, from the first week on, we have seen tons of articles, analysis showing us the lessons. I think there are old lessons to be remembered and new lessons to be learned. And there are some old lessons that we had to know it earlier. Number one, don't invade another country, right? And United States felt this in Iraq and Afghanistan. Soviet Union felt in Afghanistan before. So don't invade a country. I think it is fairly simple, a lesson to be remembered. A second lesson to be remembered is war has so many uncertainties. To expect a linear collapse of an army, especially in a conventional warfare. Now we are seeing an artillery warfare in Ukraine, but it is much more complex. There are so many uncertainties. You have to take into account economic capacity, industrial capacity, and the most important thing is the will of the people to defend their countries. I think this was underestimated in Vietnam, and this is underestimated in Ukraine as well. And there are some lessons that needs to be learned after this. Number one, war is now much more complex. We used to talk about fog of war, but now it's much more complex. Since the beginning of this war, we have seen cyber war, information warfare, and asymmetric warfare, and almost a proxy war at the same time, a militia war in the east. So this is a rather complex phenomena right now.
Let me bring you specifically to the lessons learned in diplomacy with regards to Turkey and the fact that it speaks to both countries. And earlier in the break, I was speaking to you, Thomas, and also to you, Evariste, about the fact that it is good that we have other voices as well. But just very briefly on that, what do you think
well, that's
is
another
important?
Lessons to be learned,
briefly.
Actually. Number one is
for the outside world.
About the international institutions, that Turkey has been raising the issue of UN reform for a long period of time. And the fact that the announcement by Putin to invade Ukraine took place when UN Security Council was having a basically meeting to resolve that crisis demonstrate that we definitely need to have a reform of the UN Security Council, especially when one of the attacker is a permanent member. It becomes a totally difficult organization to achieve something. And secondly, another lesson that was learned and Turkey involved is the wars is now have much more integrated outcomes. And food crisis, energy crisis, all of those demonstrate that these are important crises that can come as a result of these wars. And the middle powers like Turkey can play significant roles in this. We have seen in the grain deal, we are seeing right now in the attempts to resolve the energy crisis, and maybe we will see in fertilizer crisis the same success. The diplomacy is the key to resolve some of the crises in these kind of conflicts.
Thank you. Thomas, is what Turkey has done, is doing, valued from the outside, and given the attention and value that it should?
I think it is. That would be the short answer. But I would very much, support this notion that in a very polarized world, and I think this polarization is something that we've been seeing now for quite some years, but it's on the increase and not on the decrease. And in such a situation, you need countries that are ready to offer these platforms for inclusive dialogue, that are ready to bring non-like-minded stakeholders to the table. And particularly when we talk about a war with the stakes, with the scope of stakes, as we currently see in Ukraine, I think you need more than just a classical mediator. And I think here Turkey comes in as a facilitator that has the political clout to be taken seriously, that has access to the heads of states, and that can play an extremely useful role. I think the role is definitely in the expert community very much acknowledged. I'm not sure what the Turkish perception is in terms of acknowledgement given in a more official setting, but definitely among us experts, I think we are full of admiration, and I think that's an important role also in the days, months, and years to come.
The experts are full of admiration. I'll just come to you, Mr. Czarnecki, on this. Is the EU also full of admiration for what Turkey is doing with regards to Ukraine and Russia, the diplomatic successes?
Well, I would like inform that we made agreement with Ukraine. Ukraine is on the way to access to our country, and European Union showed big solidarity with this country. And in my opinion, Russia understands only one real argument of power. And obviously, we support diplomatic negotiations. And we need diplomatic negotiations, but we cannot, as Western world, press for Ukraine for resignation from their territory. And if some biggest European countries would like offer this strategy, I think, for example, Poland and Baltic states and Scandinavia countries will be absolutely against. We must support Ukraine also about aspiration to come back to Crimea, Donetsk and Lugansk. It's very important. I think there's no alternative.
But specifically with regards, going back to what Turkey is doing, are they doing a good job with regards to their diplomacy? We were together in Brussels very recently discussing the grain deal.
Well, more general remarks. I would like to say that now we have very special time, special challenge, because we should remember our mistakes, our Western world mistake earlier. Look for 2008 and summit of NATO, not EU, in Bucharest, the capital city of Romania. And two countries, United States and Poland, propose a very concrete roadmap for Georgia and Ukraine accession to NATO organization. And three countries were absolutely against, Germany, France, and Italy. And finally, we cannot agree together, and we didn't offer Tbilisi and Kiev very concrete dates for their accession. After a few weeks after this summit, Russia has attack of Georgia and occupied part of Georgian territory. And I think it's the good homework for us now. And we cannot agree for peaceful negotiations, which means a step back for our Ukrainian neighbors.
I want to move on now, thank you so much, and ask, how do we get out of this war? What is being actually done? What discussions are being done to end this war right now? Evarist, what are you hearing?
That it's very early to talk about some kind of cooperative security which will, because peace doesn't mean the absence of war, obviously, and it doesn't mean a ceasefire. Those are important as first steps. Mm-hmm. But the two sides have to come to a reality where it will be mutually harmful to continue fighting. We're not there. Definitely we're not there. And both sides, I think, are digging into their positions deeper. One side will not want to give in, and the other side, which is losing territory and which obviously have a right to resist being invaded and being taken over and being dictated to. It is going to be interesting, and not just academically interesting, at what point will there be talks, and to what extent will the map be redrawn after what has happened on the 24th of February, and whether, how far back the boundaries will be pushed to get some kind of cooperative security. What is definitely the case is that unless we want, and we were, not smiling, but unless we want a situation where you have a frozen conflict like North Korea, South Korea, unless there is some kind of cooperative security arrangement where Ukraine will feel safe within its borders and with its sovereignty and territorial integrity respected, and unless Russia feels the same, we won't have a resolution. I know, as you said, this has been going on for centuries, and it will continue to go on unless we find this kind of cooperative security.
Absolutely, and of course Thomas is the security expert, but just before I come to you on how what sort of framework for security we could have, Bruno, a comment you said when we were discussing earlier, do we even understand what type of war this is for us to even know how this ends?
Agreement. My personal opinion is this is a classical imperial colonial war, where a great colonial power tries to subdue, occupy, and incorporate a smaller country. Some people have compared it to the War of Algeria, where France was trying to do that. And we tend not to think of Russia as a colonial power for whatever reason, probably because its empire is contiguous. It's not an overseas empire. But in fact, Russia is a colonial empire and regards Ukraine as a colony. And in fact, Putin uses all the classical tropes of imperialism and colonialism. He says that Russia invented Ukraine. Ukraine did not exist before it was created by Russia. This is what the British Empire used to say about India. But what is interesting is that this argument that seems obvious to me, when I go to India, I've been going a lot to India this year, people don't agree with this. I have to be honest and say all over the world there are different views. And in India, you hear more commonly that this is a war created by NATO. And this is geopolitical war for the world order. So there continues to be disagreement, and those of us who have a clear view on what is happening will continue to make our case. But I think it's important because the resolution to the war depends on what kind of war it is. And if it is in fact a colonial war, Russia has made it clear, the Kremlin has made it clear, President Putin has made it clear that the final goal is to destroy Ukraine, not only as a state, but as a nation. If this is the final goal, then it would be irresponsible of President Zelensky to accept any peace agreement that will in fact mean giving the Kremlin more time to recover its forces, recover its army, prepare for another invasion within a year or two. That's why I'm pessimistic about a peace agreement. I think Kiev understands very well that a peace agreement would be irresponsible from the point of view of Ukraine's survival. So the war will go on, and perhaps intensity will reduce, perhaps we'll have a frozen conflict, but I don't believe in a peace agreement because the nature of this war is a colonial war of destruction.
If I may.
Yes, far away.
And we need a peace of the living, not a peace of the dead.
A piece of the living, yes.
And not of the dead.
Indeed. Indeed. Thomas, what will this look like? What will Ukraine look like? What mechanisms do we have to have in place, let's say, when the war ends? I want to use that word and think optimistically, not if, but when. And how do we police that, of course?
I think what is fundamental is the kind of end to the war that we will have. And here I would totally agree with the two previous speakers. This is very much a function of what agenda is driving Russia's motivation. Is it, as it was pretended for years, is it a security-driven agenda, or is it a revisionist neo-imperial agenda? If it's the latter, it will be very difficult to come to any end of the war, that would allow us to reconstruct a European or even a global security order that is based on some elements of cooperative security.
But do you see it ending soon?
I think at some point we will come to an end, but the end could very well be some sort of a protracted conflict, low-intensity warfare, perhaps not so different from what we've seeing in the Donbass since 2014, perhaps relatively low rates of ceasefire violations, but still an ongoing conflict that is politically not resolved. I think that's one potential way forward. But even in such a situation, we would need to have, some rules. The better case, the best case is at some point a negotiated end to the war that satisfies key stakeholders. And that would obviously include Ukraine. And that is difficult to imagine at this point because you have so many difficult political issues that would have to be resolved on a negotiation table right now. But if we get to that point, I think we would have fair chances to reconstruct the European security order, and I think we have excellent...
To reconstruct it, sorry to interrupt, to the point that this doesn't happen again?
I think there are, at least in terms of substance, there are building blocks. In terms of process, there are experiences. Look, in the 70s, when European states, the United States, in midst of the Cold War in 1972, engaged in launching what then became the so-called Helsinki process. I think tensions were extremely tough, but there was a commitment, to manage the Cold War and to come to some rules and principles. And some of the things that worked then could, in theory, again work, provided there is a political commitment by key stakeholders.
Mr. Czarnecki, what's being discussed in the EU? What are you hearing? What's being said to end this war? And do you even think it will end soon yourself?
Well, also my answer will be also add some remark to my predecessor. I don't believe, and I think many of us don't believe in fundamental peace treaty between Ukraine and Russia. I think most probable scenario is the ceasefire or break for short or medium term in military action. It's a maybe similar situation like between 2014 to February 2022 between Ukraine and Russia. I think it's really probable, but I cannot imagine, I'm not a diplomat, truly speaking, I cannot imagine a situation that Ukraine can resign from Crimea, not only Crimea, but a good example, and also Russia resign from Crimea. I think we expect maybe not military conflict to the end of the world, never-ending story, but it's the absolutely for very long term, and well, it also depends of our attitude to this war. Frankly, we can observe that our society is more and more tired about this war. It's the fact. We cannot blind.
When you say societies, is it the EU members?
Well,
or beyond?
Look for the situation in some Western EU members, but also in our region. For example, Bulgaria, Slovenia, Slovakia, Czech Republic, but from Western side, Germany, Italy, France, Austria, and well, if voters and taxpayers will be tired, and step by step also politicians can be tired about this war. It's the problem for long term, because I think in our European interest we must support Ukraine.
But if people get tired, how do you continue supporting Ukraine? Because that's such a good point.
It's the big problem and hot potato. But I'm sure that in our common interest, we should support Ukraine and not go back.
Indeed, absolutely. I want to go to you, Kilic. What conversations, I know you're not a Turkish diplomat, but just what conversations is Turkey having to end this war? They've done so well with their diplomacy already. To build on that, to put something in place, to bring it to the end.
So now, first of all, there is an experience of Syria war. So to expect in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, to expect two sides to bleed each other out for a peace agreement will not be an ideal solution. And as honorable member of the European Parliament just mentioned, the impact of the wars to the societies in the region.
The tiredness as well.
Time is also important. We see it in our region. Turkey has been experienced because of the war around its region, Syria, Iraq, the conflict in Iran, Armenia-Azerbaijan war. So when you look at the whole region, Turkey has been facing significant negative effects. Those negative effects can be economic, those negative effects can be creating social tension, but more significantly, it can export insecurity to the whole region by different means. So for Turkey, the most important thing, I believe, is to end this war as soon as possible. Everybody believes that there should be a political solution for this conflict at the end of the day. And if the political solution can be achieved by some creative diplomacy, because we have seen for the last 20 years that economic sanctions and military interventions were considered as the only instruments of foreign policy among some countries. And I think we need to have now an innovative diplomacy, a creative diplomacy to end this war, so that the people of Ukraine will not suffer from the negative effects of it, so that we will not see too many negative voices from Europe or other adjacent regions that feel some sort of negative effects of this war.
Thank you so much. I just want to end now by just getting your predictions one by one briefly. February the 24th, 2023 will mark a year since, let's use the terms, Russia calls it a special military operation, others call it a war, invasion, incursion. I'll use the word war. Where will Ukraine be in 2 months' time? Your prediction, Mr. Czarnecki.
Well, I think this war will be a little bit frozen during winter. Both sides will prepare for action again on March. But my question is not about what happened in Eastern Europe. My question is what happened in European Union and our Western world, because I think the end of war there in Eastern Europe depends on our political will, our activities, our support.
Good point. Thank you so much. Thomas, what are your predictions for the 24th of February next year?
Perhaps a more positive and a more negative point. I continue with the negative one. I'm afraid, that we still, in February, we will still see a continuation of high-intensity warfare. You can, unfortunately, also conduct this kind of warfare in wintertime. You might not see major military movements, but, in Verdun, thousands and even millions of soldiers also died in all seasons. So I'm afraid we will still see, in particular because both sides believe that the military momentum is on their side.
And just on this very point, there's a question that I love to ask. That the US, NATO, has given Ukraine enough to fight, but not enough to win. Could that change by that time next year, by the 24th of February?
I believe that the United States and the West in general will continue to support Ukraine, will carefully calibrate the type of support that is offered in order not to create huge risks of further escalation. But I think the support is granted and will continue for months and, if necessary, for years to go. But let me perhaps, end with a note of optimism, or at least with a hope, and that is that by February we will manage to break the current spiral of escalation. We are since this September in a spiral of escalation. Partial mobilization, annexation, targeting of civilian targets, attacks on the Kerch Strait Bridge, assassination of Dugana, now more targeting of targets on Russian territory.
Can I just ask one more thing? Because John Kirby said yesterday that the US is very concerned about the defense allegiance between Russia and Iran. How could that escalate? What's happening in the war?
Well, there is this fear, this concern that Iran would continue to make available significant weapon systems to the Russian Federation, and that this would sustain the Russian war effort. In particular, of course, these attacks on key civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. I think that is the concern behind. But, my final point...
I'm asking this all to you because you're in charge of security in Europe, so...
Sure, but the point is, in order to get to a political environment where we even can start thinking of coming back to the negotiation table, I think we need first to come to much more restraint on the battlefield, and we need to somehow break out of the current spiral of violence, of escalation. And once this is done, I think we can carefully start thinking about, how, what could then happen at the negotiation table, being aware that we have extremely complicated issues at hand. It's not only territory, it's also status, security guarantees, it's possibly war crimes, it's certainly reparations, it's sanction relief.
So
all
many
this
layers.
is very complex.
Indeed.
So,
Indeed. Thank you so much. I've asked you more than one question, more than one prediction. Évariste, what do you see happening on the 24th of February next year, a year into this war?
It's not realistic to expect countries like Turkey and China to broker a peace. I think that is beyond expectations,
Okay.
and I think it's not realistic, and I don't think it's fair unless the two main protagonists reach some kind of accommodation. Let's put it like that. Number two, what I'd like to say, and this is looking forward, this is what is happening is part of a realignment of the world. It's as if a kind of old world is dying and a new one is being born. We are in between, and that is, as good old Gramsci reminds us, that is the time for pathologies and turbulence, and we're passing through that. My question is, how will the new reality emerge in terms of Russia, the weakening of Russia because of this war, possibly the weakening of the European Union? This might sound contradictory that I'm saying this.
The weakening of the European Union.
In the sense that to a certain extent there is a newfound purpose of unity to work together to support Ukraine. But what is going to happen economically? If we come out of this situation now with new energy reality where it is becoming more expensive to produce and to manufacture things in the EU, and investment moves elsewhere where they will have a lower energy cost, what kind of new world will be born?
Thank you so much. Bruno, what do you see happening? You visit Ukraine regularly, but how do you see
Yes, I don't see any significant changes in the contact line. I don't expect any significant counteroffensives. I think Izium and Kherson were predicted and predictable, but I don't see that now. I'll see a more static contact line. Even if Russia occupies Bakhmut, I don't think that's a significant change in the contact line. Both sides will probably over 2023 focus more on the economic, industrial, and political side of the conflict, build up their alliances with Iran in the case of Russia, because it's the only alliance they have left. And of course, for Ukraine, very important to continue to guarantee American support, which is now looking a bit shakier and could become even shakier if the Republicans come back to power, and Donald Trump in particular. Concentrate on your industrial production because supplies are running low, both in Ukraine, in the US, somewhat surprisingly, in Europe, but more significantly in Russia. Industrial supplies, defense supplies, and of course the economy, which will become now a very important part of the conflict. Will Ukraine's economy survive the pressure they're under? Mm-hmm. That's also why the Green Deal was important, release some of the pressure on Ukraine's economy, jobs and employment. And will Russia's economy survive? Because I think Russia's now entering a difficult period with oil prices going down. So I see that as becoming more and more important as the conflict drags on.
Thank you so much, Bruno. Kilic, the last word to you on this panel now. Your predictions for February the 24th, 1-year anniversary of the Russia-Ukraine war.
Just
what do you see?
Just to add one thing about the role of Turkey, I think it would be not very rational to expect Turkey to fail. I think it would be rational to support Turkey's effort to end this war. That's one thing. Secondly, 2020, we have seen significant changes and significant impacts of the war to the global setting. I think in the meantime, we have to look at what will happen in global food crisis, global energy crisis, and how the external actors will continue to play a role in this. The policy of the United States is one thing, but the cohesion of European Union is another thing. And the commitment of NATO is another factor. I think it will, the 2023 and the trajectory of the war will not be only shaped by the determination of Ukraine and Russia, but at the same time it will be those external actors and their reaction and their position in this war.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a fantastic panel. It is a subject that is so challenging, so sensitive, so difficult, with so many layers. Please join me in thanking my panel. Thank you so much. Richard Czarnecki, Thomas Greminger, Evaris Bartolo, Kilic Burat Kanat, and Bruno Massage. Thank you so much. And thank you to you, my audience. Thank you so much. We could go forever. Thank you. Yes, there is no break, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay in your seats for the next panel. How are we even? 3 on one side, 2 on one side. Yes.
1, 2, 3. Test, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hello, everyone. Just a reminder that there is no break, so we are going to begin our next panel in about 2 to 3 minutes from now, so please be seated. Thank you very much. All right. Hello and welcome. My name is Jafar Hasnan. I'm a presenter and correspondent at TRT World. You know, when I was told that I will be hosting a panel on reporting from the front lines, I got very excited for two main reasons. Primarily because it is about the work that we do here at TRT World, and also it's because I am hosting two of my dear colleagues in this very panel. I want to start this by posing a question, actually. Do you know how many times humanity has seen wars in recorded history? Any idea? Anyone? You can make guesses as well if you want to. Okay, I see a hand over there. It's actually more than 10,000, and that's according to Wikipedia, not a trusted source, so it's perhaps an underestimation. And we learned about these wars, of course, through the ones who lived through these tragedies, the women, the children, and people who documented these wars. In modern day age, we know them as journalists, and that is exactly what we are going to discuss in this panel. Let me introduce my panelists, starting with Lutfullah Najif Zadeh. He's the CEO of EMU TV. Thank you very much, Lutfullah, for being with us on this forum. Then Professor Stuart Allen, a professor of journalism at Cardiff University. Thank you very much, Professor. And then our very own Obaida Hito, a correspondent at TRT World. Thank you very much, Obaida. And last but not the least, Melinda Nusifora, a correspondent at TRT World. Melinda, thank you very much. I know you had a very busy day. I've seen you doing live hits throughout today and yesterday as well, and also hosting one-on-one. So thank you very much, Melinda, once again. You know, when I started journalism, I started watching a lot of movies about wars, and I would see journalists, you know, going to war zones and reporting on the tragedy and the fighting, the conflict. And the first thing that I thought at the time was, war journalism is all about bravery. And Melinda, I want to put this to you. Is it all about bravery?
It might be all about bravery, but I think we run the risk of making it about our bravery, because I think, and maybe this is because of social media or the way that a lot of our global vision has kind of become very self-centric. I think that there's a risk of making the stories that we cover in these conflict zones about our bravery being there and talking to the people, as opposed to the fact that we're there doing a service. It's part of our job to be there and documenting what those people are experiencing. So while, yeah, it can be a bit risky sometimes and it can be a little bit nerve-wracking at other times, I think the bravest people are the ones who are happy enough to tell our stories. Not only are they having to live through it in the first instance, they're happy enough to live through it again as they tell us their stories. And I think, yeah, that's definitely the focus that I try and bring to our reporting at TRT World.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Lutfullah, you have covered the war in Afghanistan, and recently we have seen many developments take place in the country that you come from. So what I wonder at this point is, given your experience, and you know, we have a very young audience here. I'm sure a lot of people who are here right now might be wondering, what does it take to be a war journalist? How would you navigate through this?
Being a war journalist is primarily about understanding and telling the stories of people who live in the middle of war. And in the context of Afghanistan, you're not talking about a few weeks of war. You're talking about not even a few years of war. You're talking about decades of war. We're talking about almost half a century of violence and confidence and conflict. And how you really understand the society, tell the stories of the people who have lived through it, generations, I think that is primarily the job of journalists, and not only in Afghanistan, but in so many other areas around the world. I think it's sometimes it's unfortunate that journalists do not necessarily take the time to really look deeper into the root causes of conflict, which is probably what we need most. Let's not reduce conflict reporting to just sort of a showcase of being there and trying to just touch the surface. I think there's a lot that we miss. I see that in the case of Afghanistan, because I was not only there as a journalist, but I was in Afghanistan also as a citizen, born and raised there, and lived throughout conflict. So you could feel that there was a lot about your life that was not necessarily reported in the media, including our own media.
Okay. Thank you very much. Ubaida, you have covered the war in Syria extensively. Tell me, what are your thoughts on war journalism? If I'm not mistaken, you have been doing this for more than 4 years now.
Reporting from a conflict anywhere, whether it's in Syria or not, comes with a lot of baggage. So when you're going, you really don't know what to expect until you get there, because people are living in this war zone and you're coming as an outsider, like you're going to visit somebody's home or you're going to visit somebody else's place. So you are an outsider. And it's hard to basically, when you arrive in this place where this war and this conflict is going on, people are definitely not comfortable with your presence, but at the same time, know that you're there doing a job. You're not necessarily because you're a journalist, of course, you're there to tell a story. So they might be welcoming, but when you go into this place, the hardest thing is to not get sucked into that, to not become the story, as Melinda and Lutfullah mentioned, not to become the story and to tell the story that's happening there. Because when you go to these places, people are so desperate just to find somebody to listen to them, to talk to explain, because they think that they might be able to explain to you and you might be able to fix their problem. But you're not there to fix their problem, you're there to share their problem with the rest of the world. So it's the most difficult thing is not getting sucked into that trap of trying to solve people's problems and instead help tell their story and share their problem with the rest of the world. And then there's this issue about Syria, which is similar to Afghanistan, I should say, even though I haven't reported from Afghanistan. And it's become a long-term kind of conflict. And so the suffering has become layered and it's become generational. So even if you reported on Syria in 2012, if you go back today to Syria in 2022, you're going to find even more suffering, even more stories to tell. As a journalist, that makes me feel so excited because I can do a lot of work and I love to work, so it's easy for me to go and find stories to tell. But is that really a good thing? Like, as humans, is that a good thing that 10 years later, journalists are having to go and tell these stories again? I don't know. And I, until now, after doing this for several years, have mixed feelings about that. Do we really need to be telling these stories 10, 20 years from now? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't have the answer to that.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ubaida. Professor Allen, I'd like to come to you now. As I mentioned in my opening statement that humanity has seen more than 10,000 wars in recorded history. I mean, that's an estimation, and that's according to Wikipedia, not a trusted source. You have researched on journalism. You teach journalism at Cardiff University. Tell me, how do you think war journalism has evolved?
It's a very interesting question, and thank you for the opportunity to participate on a panel with people who have engaged in war reporting. I will aim to offer something akin to an academic perspective on this, but I hasten to add I've not been a war journalist myself. I think, depending on how you define war and depending on how you define journalism, they have been intertwined from the emergence of both in many ways. Storytelling from the various earliest points in human civilization. So to kind of offer up a kind of a broad sense of that trajectory that you're describing there, I think would be fascinating, a very good subject for a book, actually. But in thinking it through, I suppose, picking up on what colleagues on the panel have already highlighted, there is a transitional shift underway at the moment, and that is, up until fairly recently, we looked to the war reporter to bear witness on our behalf. we, members of the distant public, who had little comprehension of what was actually going on in a conflict zone, and we relied on the journalists to arrive on the scene. And sometimes that looks like parachute journalism or helicopter reporting and so forth that we've described. The war correspondent arrives on the scene, has to figure out instantly what's going on, reports in a very short period of time, and then is off to the next kind of conflict, the next trouble spot around the planet. Increasingly now, what we're seeing is a very different kind of ecology emerging, whereby increasingly people are taking it upon themselves to bear witness, courtesy of having a smartphone, or access to the internet, able to kind of share their stories, their video footage they may have taken from a camera phone or digital camera, going online across social media platforms in order to say, here I am, this is what's happening in my community, let me show you what war looks like. And it is often raw, and it's visceral, and it's difficult, and it's disturbing, and it doesn't respect kind of the traditional journalistic values we might otherwise expect. But many people see that as a good thing, and see that as something really positive that people are doing in the situation and contributing to newsmaking. So I think that then invites a very different kind of degree of introspection on the part of professional journalists, saying, how best do we engage with citizens who are on the ground?
And that's what we call citizen journalism these days, right? Now, Melinda, you have covered multiple wars. You have covered the war in Syria, the war in Azerbaijan, in Karabakh, and most recently, the war in Ukraine. What I wonder at this point is, how do you ensure, as a journalist, your own safety? For example, at times when you're covering wars, you have to, even if you don't want to, you have to coordinate or perhaps work with people who are non-state actors, people who might be involved in illegal terrorist activities. So how do you balance yourself out with these people?
Well, I think firstly, it comes down to sort of a journalistic ethical choice as to whether you think that the people you may be embedding with are reliable and are a legitimate source of information, because that's one of the hardest things in conflict reporting. Everyone is coming at it with their own angle, you know. There's multiple sides to every story, and in a conflict, everyone wants their side to be the opinion that gets the most airtime. So, I mean, you really have to kind of juggle the competing narratives. But I think that on a personal level, you can't tell the story if you're putting yourself in danger. You can't tell the story successfully and accurately and with an open and balanced objective mind if you are putting yourself in incredibly risky situations. So I think it's always a team effort, something that you and your team sit down together and decide, are we going to go into this area? Are we going to go with these people? Do we feel safe? I think for me, the main thing comes down to my team and being able to discuss with them at the end of each day, how did that day go? And at the beginning of the next day, do we feel safe with the plan that we have in place, or do we need to amend it in any way? And that's when local knowledge and having good local contacts comes into place, because like Ubeda said, at the end of the day, we just kind of arrive in a region. We may be very familiar with it, we may have reported on it multiple times, but wars change, and as you say, it's layered and it's always developing. So you really need to have reliable local contacts, and you need to have trust in your team. If you can't trust your team, you don't have anything.
Okay, let me add one more question here. So the primary idea here is your own safety, because if you're not safe, of course, you cannot report and tell the world what's going on in the region that you're reporting on. How much risk can be taken? How do you calculate that?
And I'm going to use an example from an Australian foreign correspondent colleague of mine who works for Australia's national broadcaster. His name's Max Utrich, and he said something that has always really stuck with me. And he said that journalists are a very unique type of person, because when a bomb goes off over there, everyone runs that way, and a journalist runs that way. because we want to know what happened and we want to be able to tell people about it. And to me, that really rings true, because if there is something going on, I instinctively want to run towards it, whereas I think a lot of other people will want to run in the opposite direction. So I think that is perhaps why we get into this game in the first place. And then,
if I may, so when we enter journalism, especially war journalism, we are basically, in a way, signing up for something that could kill us.
You are, of course you are. And we make those choices, and they're the choices that we make, but unfortunately it's our families that have to deal with that, right?
Right.
We get to make those choices, and we can only make them based on the best information we have at the time. And we just have to be very blessed with supportive families who are happy to let us do the job that we love.
Right, and I attended a war journalism forum in Ankara about a month ago or so, and I remember this one journalist said at the time that it's always good to know how much risk you are taking, because your safety is, of course, #1 priority. And if you act dumb or super heroic in a way, you would become a press intro yourself. People will read your intro for 30 seconds on TV, and then you're gone. So it's always good to know how much risk should be taken. And of course, as Melinda said, you need to know the reliable sources there and know the area, talk to the locals there and all. And of course, the trust in the team is very important. Thank you very much, Melinda. Now, Obeida, I want to ask you something about how do you basically balance out reporting while you're in a conflict zone on something that is very sensitive. Again, if you're embedded with someone who might be involved in illegal terrorist activities, how do you ensure that you don't say anything that might put your life in danger?
I think Melinda explained very well about this issue of dynamics, team dynamics, and who you're working with, knowing where you're going. And I think that's really the most important thing, because when you go into a conflict zone, like you're saying, Jafar, people from different backgrounds, different interests, different agendas are going to be present. And in conflict zones, people are going to have guns and weapons and are going to have different kinds of motivations. And they might even be trying to use journalists, right? So some militia group that has guns and is in control of some kind of geographic region might say, hey, please come. You're a journalist. I want to use you. He might not say it like that, or they might not say it like that, but they'll tell you, please, we want to give you an interview. We want to talk to the international community. So as a journalist, it might be an opportunity to speak to one of these people who represent some sector of that particular conflict, right? But is it worth that risk? Then that's where you come in and have to try and measure that risk. How much risk do I want to take? Where do I want to go? How far am I willing to go? And these things turn into sagas, in some cases, because to get some of these kinds of interviews that you're mentioning, for example, you might have to go through checkpoints that you wouldn't normally go through, for example, in a conflict zone. You might have to go into uncharted territory, if you'll allow me to use that word. Climb up a mountain, walk for kilometers. You and your team are going to have to do things that normal journalists wouldn't do. It's not like you're standing outside in the lobby and talking into a microphone. You're going to have to make an effort. And that's where you have to really kind of take into account the risk that you're taking and consider, is it worth talking to these people? As a journalist, I believe everybody should be able to reach the media. If you want to tell me, oh, this guy is a militia member or this guy is an army member from any country, I, as a journalist, am obliged to speak to both sides. I can't say, oh, I'm only going to be speaking to this one side. But at the same time, if I'm a journalist and I can't reach that location safe enough, or even that militia group cannot guarantee my safety as a journalist, then I'm going to say, okay, well, I might not speak to them. But if they tell me, no, we will guarantee we'll meet in kind of like a neutral zone and talk, then I think that managing that is something that we do every day. Melinda knows how this works. Lutfullah knows how this works. And this is crisis management. But it's not like your normal crisis management, like, guys, we have a problem in a month, let's try and fix it. This is like 24 hours a day crisis management with your team. And it's all about having people you trust and having a plan, right? And without those trust and planning, it's not going to be a very kind of fruitful endeavor, in my opinion.
Okay, so pre-planning is key here, and also, knowing the people you are working with. Lutfullah, now, over Over the past 2 decades, many journalists were killed in the country that you come from, Afghanistan, while covering the war. How do you ensure your own safety in a country where you know that your life is at risk at every point, basically? There have been so many bombings in Afghanistan, especially, in fact, there was one about a few weeks ago.
Right. Afghanistan has been one of the deadliest countries for journalists. But at the same time, until the return of the Taliban, it was one of the freest countries for media. So it was such a paradox. We ranked 122 on the World Press Freedom Index in 2021. And with the return of the Taliban, it fell to 156 just in 1 year. That achievement of free press in the past 20 years was as a result of the sacrifices of the journalists. The Afghan media was at some point an industry of about 10,000 people. And I'm happy to see that there are still thousands of journalists in Afghanistan. As an editor, our job in Kabul was to refuse journalists going to the battlefield, while journalists wanted to go to the battlefield. And it was not the other way around.
Actually, let me ask you this question. Since you are at a position, a managerial position, and you have a correspondent who's very motivated about covering this war, and he's young, and he wants to take that risk, but you are the one who are calling the shots. You are the one taking that decision. What goes through your mind? How do you decide?
I think Afghanistan, we still have. I don't think there's an end of conflict there. Maybe some sort of a reduction in violence or a pause in conflict. But traditionally, we had a security checklist before an editorial checklist to make sure the journalists have their helmets, their vests. They use, in the last years to the fall of Kabul, we were using, even in the city, for probably some non-conflict stories, we were using armored vehicles, armed protection. And some of my colleagues were not even living in one house for a week. So it's not just during the assignment. When you live in that city, it is your 24/7 life. It's about where you live and what kind of security measures you have in place. When everybody's your enemy, from government to the insurgents, to terrorists, to gunmen, to strongmen, to warlords, to drug lords, to militias, I think and to corrupt officials, it's quite difficult to navigate that space and remain impartial in the same time, which I think...
If I may interject again, now as you said, everyone is an enemy. Are you indicating that perhaps as war journalists, we should keep that in our mind all the time when we are covering war zones and conflict, that everyone around us, it could be an enemy? So it's always good to be vigilant.
Could be a risk.
Not to trust everyone around us.
Could be a risk. I think particularly for visiting journalists coming from other countries, we have had many examples of journalists coming to Afghanistan and being killed while being embedded with the army. So I think that is also a risk. But as I see that there are so many students here, might be journalism students as well, I agree that no story worth your life. So that is quite fundamental to note.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that we shouldn't go for stories. I think what kills journalists is also lack of local knowledge, lack of preparation, lack of awareness. What my colleagues were describing, the day in and day out planning. I think that is some of these reckless decisions result into loss of journalists, who of course are exposed to risks no matter what. Journalists have been killed being in a hotel, just arriving in a city, not being on the front line. In certain areas, front line is everywhere. It's not just where bullets are fired.
Thank you very much. Professor, I'm not sure if academia has a way through which it can teach students who want to become war journalists how much risk should one take? Is there anything like that when you teach journalism to students?
We do our best to alert students to the risks and to prepare them precisely along the lines that my fellow panelists have been describing, recognizing that these are really difficult, challenging circumstances and can be quite traumatic, and that needs, there's a duty of care there, news organizations to their journalists, but also I think as educators we bear some of that responsibility as well, to send people off into the world adequately prepared to be resilient and to recognize the dangers that are there and act accordingly. I think at the same time what we're trying to do though is to encourage them to think about war reporting differently, and that is to recognize that we have to kind of get past some of the limitations that have come to be associated with war reporting, to rethink its values, its priorities, its conventions, to change the way in which we report on conflicts, so as to invite broader public engagement. And I think that means being responsible to themselves, crucially staying alive and staying safe and mediating the risks that you've been describing, but at the same time recognizing their responsibility to the men, the women, and the children that are in the war zone as well, and to recognize that they have to ensure that that is first and foremost on their minds as well.
Professor, I know that you have written a book on reporting from the front lines. And that book includes a lot of examples from the war in Iraq. We see many young faces sitting here right now. What would be your advice to them who want to become journalists, war journalists? What would you tell them based on your studies and research?
Yeah. That's a very good question. I think I would encourage everyone to slow down and ask themselves why they want to be a war journalist. Is a good place to start. And depending on your answer, and I would road test that with other people and listen carefully to what you get by way of feedback. That does invite, I think, a certain degree of self-reflection and recognition that you are going to be putting yourself into harm's way. And I think you need to be really clear about your own motivations, and they need to be the right sorts of motivations rather than some of the more sort of celebrated ones, or romanticized perhaps in some of the Hollywood film treatments and the like, and recognize just how serious an endeavor this is. But at the same time, I would admire and respect anyone who saw this as something which was an extension of what they were otherwise about, saw this as something which they could contribute to finding positive solutions going forward. Albeit in a fairly modest way. I wouldn't want to overstate the significance of what one person can achieve in these contexts. But as I'm sure other panelists would point to with their own personal experiences, when you do make a positive change, when you do make a connection or bring to light something which otherwise would have been kept hidden or off camera, and share that and know that you are bringing out voices that would otherwise not be heard, that must be a professionally very rewarding experience, and maybe helps to offset, at least to some extent, the kind of risks that were taken in order to achieve it.
Thank you very much, Professor. Now, certainly war journalists are not superhuman beings. They're human beings after all. And that brings me to the topic that I've always wanted to discuss when it comes to war journalism: mental health. There are times war journalists see stuff that no one of us would ever want to see in their lives. And many war journalists go through this tragedy themselves. Melinda, how do you deal with your own mental health when you see children starving, people dying right in front of your eyes? You could hear bullet rounds in the back. What goes through your mind, and how do you deal with that?
It's a real balance and a real battle, I think, because again, you don't want to make the story about you, but there are certain elements of it that you are also experiencing. I think that, again, it comes down to your team. You need to be able to rely on each other because, as Ubaida was saying, it is 24 hours. It's not just when you're in front of the camera or you're doing the interview that you're thinking about the story and the conflict and the implications of it. It's every day, all day. It's when you go to sleep. It's during the night when you wake up to the sound of rockets or air raid sirens. You are kind of existing in this level of heightened alert, and it's really exhausting. That I think we should do more. I think we should do better I think across every network that I've ever worked in, there's always the offer that there is someone to talk to or that there is a debrief process. But journalism is busy, and we always just end up having to be, you go on to the next job and you push yourself onto the next story. I think that as journalists, we probably should do better to debrief. I mean, I personally, from my previous network that I worked with, I have 2 colleagues who suicided while they were working, and even though I know exactly the worst case scenario, I still don't debrief enough after my deployments. So I think it's something that we all probably should do better. I think communicating it with your family or your friends, having someone as a bit of a sounding board is really important. But I don't know, maybe the university has a better way of educating us to deal with it, because it's definitely not something I think journalists are kind of good at. We're good at telling other people's stories, but maybe not really dealing with our own.
Correct. And since you mentioned, academia, let me put this to Professor Allen. Does academia have something that teaches journalists how to protect his or her mental health while covering conflicts?
It's a fairly recent development to recognize that, I think, in part for precisely what's been said, and that is journalists themselves now, I think, are increasingly open to discussing these things and recognizing the ways in which they've had to kind of cope with these types of difficulties and the implications that's had for their own mental well-being. And I think journalism education is starting to reflect that. I think in the past it's always been a sense of physical safety, and we do put our students through their paces. There's harsh environment training. There's a variety of different things that occur so that they are suitably resilient in a physical sense. But that mental dimension in terms of their own sense of self, their own sense of dealing with the horrors that they might very well encounter and under terrible circumstances at times, is relatively new, and it's one which is still being developed, I think, and further work needs to be done within journalism education to improve upon that dimension.
Okay, thank you. Obeida. Melinda said, as journalists, we're not so good when it comes to protecting our mental health. Now, you have covered the war in Syria extensively. Tell me, what are your thoughts? Is there a certain thing that you do after you come back from covering a conflict in order to protect yourself and, protect your mental health?
I don't think I ever come back from the conflicts that I report from. And I think this is about what you decide you want to do with your career, whether you want to be a war journalist or not. As soon as you get involved in a conflict, even as a journalist, you become part of it because you're telling the story there. You have to be passionate, and you have to accept the risk that you're taking to do these kinds of things. I didn't become a journalist by choice. I became a journalist by chance. And I was experiencing conflict and armed conflict many years even before I started at TRT World. I even have shrapnel in my body from a conflict that had nothing to do with my journalist career. And that experience as a whole pushed me to continue this storytelling experience that I've engaged in now. So my whole life, because of the way that I operate now and because of the work that I do, has become a storytelling experience. Because now I have to explain everything that I've seen and reported and heard, not only to people who are listening to TRT World's reports, but I have to explain it to my kids. I have to explain it to my wife, to my dad, to my mom, to people I meet for the first time. And those are 2 different experiences. Reporting for journalistic purposes, and then reporting for my own kind of cathartic experience. because it's a very stressful thing that we're doing. And war journalists in general, you will find them kind of high-strung, even though Melinda tries to play it cool. When you meet war journalists, you will tell, and we heard this from our panelists, that they're a different breed, and that's true, and I'm not trying to boast here, but I know people who've been doing this a lot longer than me, and they are definitely different than your average journalist. The people who are actively going in and out of conflict zones for 20, 30 years are definitely built different, think different, and operate differently than your average journalist who's reporting for your Sunday paper. And this is something people should understand. And in my opinion, I think the professor mentioned a little bit about this, and Lutfullah Bey also mentioned, the industry itself, because I'm new, I'm the most junior one here, I think, on this panel in terms of like years of experience, but the industry itself is changing so fast over the last 5 years, starting with the Arab Spring and then to where we are now. The industry has changed so fast. People can put information on the internet. People can make you the news. You're the journalist in the field reporting, and then you can become the news. Journalists are being kidnapped. Journalists are being, used as political, cards. So it's a very interesting situation that war journalists are in general, and then trying to deal with that mentally and emotionally. For me, the easiest and best way has been to kind of explain what I'm seeing to people who would listen, talking about it.
Let it out of your system.
Like you, get it out of your system, move on. Because as soon as that conflict is done, you're gonna be, if you're a war journalist, you're gonna be moving to another conflict. And people are gonna be sad, people are gonna be anxious, people are gonna be angry. And it's just going to keep going. And if you wanna be working in this specific part of journalism, this war reporting, if you want to call it, you need to be ready for a high stress, high intensity, and a lot of really angry moments. But at the end, you're going to be able to laugh about it and talk about it, especially when you have good teammates and you have a good channel and you're passionate about your work. It's easy to laugh it off. Unfortunately, a lot of our colleagues, don't make it that far. And I think it's the industry's fault, because the industry puts a lot of pressure on people like myself, maybe, and Melinda, to go, 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 go. But how far can a person go? So then this comes back to an individual choice, right? As an individual, am I ready to go out on a limb to try and tell these stories, even though there are all these risks? And it's a balancing act. It's difficult, but it's doable.
And that is perhaps something that is a war journalist's mistake. Sometimes we're so consumed by, keeping going on, moving forward, reporting on the story. So at times we forget that we are also human beings. We have a brain which can get affected by seeing tragedies after tragedies.
Right.
So is that a flaw within the industry, perhaps on an organizational level, Lutfullah? Do you think media organizations especially, they should incorporate perhaps some sort of sessions for journalists on mental health, especially for the ones who are reporting from war zones?
Right. Well, let me just say that explaining to the wife part is probably the most difficult, because when you're not feeling well and then your wife thinks that there's a problem with her, every time there's an issue which could be unrelated to your marriage. But I must say, from where I come from, mental health is a taboo, is a stigma. I mean, nobody talks about it. It's a shame when you talk about it. It's a cultural issue. So you do not necessarily sort of go and see someone when you have a problem.
I'm sorry if I'm interjecting. I don't think that's just limited to the country that you come from. I know journalists who don't like talking about it.
Indeed.
Because
Indeed.
I don't know, perhaps that what I feel is they want to pretend that they are very strong, but we are all human beings. That's not the case in most of the cases.
I think that needs to change. But when you are a local reporter, everybody around you, from your family to your colleagues to people on the street, everybody needs mental health support. I think that's where, your problem is not necessarily a top priority. But at an industry level that you asked, I think journalism has evolved as a whole. the way the flow of information is happening in the world has evolved and has changed quite significantly with the evolution of social media and citizen journalism. And that's where, and the way war is reported. And a lot of war reporting is happening based on citizen journalism, particularly from places like Afghanistan, where access to information is quite difficult. And also in the case of Ukraine, how much access is there in the Russian-occupied or controlled territories, for instance, and where information is coming from those areas, and how to verify, let's say, those information. I think it's for the editors, for senior journalists, and for journalists who are on the front line to revisit the way we are actually reporting about conflict. Because this certainly has huge impact and significance on the way people are consuming content. Are we seeing the same side of the story in the West compared to the East when it comes to, let's say, to the war in Ukraine? I think that's something that we all need to ask ourselves, that how war journalism and journalism as a whole is part of the conflict or not. Is being used as a tool or not. I think the whole sort of conflict reporting needs further sort of investigation, and maybe universities can do more about it.
Okay.
There are so much lessons learned. Look at the polarization of not just politics but also war reporting in the recent years.
Okay, great points. Melinda, Lutfullah mentioned about how journalists should report and try to balance out the narrative coming from the West and the other side of the world. And we have seen examples of that, especially during the war in Ukraine. And I have to say, some journalists, some sound journalists, seasoned journalists, have made pretty big mistakes while covering those conflicts. For example, in the case of Ukraine, there were journalists who compared the refugees fleeing from Ukraine to refugees fleeing from Syria, calling them more civilized, if I may. Is that ignorance?
Look, I think that obviously in the heat of the moment anyone can misspeak, but I think that it doesn't matter if it's a conflict zone or a politics story or a story about the economy. We aren't here to take sides, and it needs, I think, while I don't necessarily think that journalism is the kind of career that needs a lot of formal higher education, I do think that one of the best things I learned at university in my journalism career was the ethics and morals of journalism. It gives you a solid foundation and an understanding of the power of the media and why it is so important that, be it conflict, be it any other kind of reporting, we are balanced, we're observers, and we're telling the stories of those people. And it's unfortunate if sometimes a certain reporter's personal views or ignorance, as you described it, may come out if they've found themselves in a situation that perhaps they're not prepared for. But I think that in this day and age, the world is so interconnected, seeing it as an us versus them, an East versus West. It really, surely in this day and age, we're kind of getting to the point where that should be changing. Unfortunately, it's not. You can see some real differences in the reporting from Ukraine, from an American network compared to a network based in Europe, compared to what my colleagues in Australia might be covering. But I think regardless of which network or newspaper or radio station you're coming from, there is the bare minimum expectation is that you're fair, accurate, and impartial. And if you're not doing that, then you're not doing the job right from the get-go, let alone telling the story correctly.
Great points there, Melinda. And I would like to add one more element here, especially when you're covering wars. And this is something that a journalist that I look up to had told me last year, that you also have to be sensitive to the tragedies of the ones who are living through wars. Obeida, I'm going to give you an example, and I'm sure this is something that many journalists have come across, especially while covering wars. At times you have to speak to someone who has just lost his or her child. I mean, how do you ask a question which doesn't make that person feel, bad about the loss of her child? I mean, how do you ensure that you're not insensitive to the situation that he or she is in? Obeida.
So I guess I'll answer you first with another example. Everybody here grew up, we were all kids before, so everybody knows what I'm talking about. They have this kind of like candy, it's sugar, powdered sugar. When we were kids, I'm sure everybody got a little bit of powdered sugar in their hands. And you used to like lick your finger or your whole hand if you want, and then stick it in the powdered sugar and then lick the sugar off of your hand, right? So I think everybody can relate to that kind of experience, or even something else if you want, peanut butter, yogurt, whatever it is. When you come across someone, and this is something that I experienced personally, and it was actually very early on in my reporting career as an actual reporter, and it was with a cameraman of mine who I've spent the last several years working with. He's here in the audience, Faruk, so he knows exactly what I'm talking about, because he's the one who actually shot this footage. We saw it together, we both witnessed this, but he's the one who got the footage, so it probably affected him more because he's the one who actually got it in his frame. And that's a whole different issue I'll get to in a second. But imagine a kid sitting in Syria underneath a tree, displaced from his home, and it's a kid, right? It's a child, so it's got to be 3, 4 years old. It's an infant child sitting in the dirt underneath a tree. Basically what the child did, and I'm not going to do it here on stage, but I can explain it to you, he licked the bottom of his foot. The child licked the bottom of his foot, stuck it in the dirt, and then the dirt got stuck to the bottom of his foot. And then if you can imagine, the kid lifted his foot. They're much more flexible than we are when we get old. And he was sitting on the floor and he lifted his foot to his mouth and licked the dirt off of his foot, okay, because of his hunger or tiredness, whatever it is. But seeing that kind of thing, right? Whether it's somebody who's lost a child, right, or a mother, or because I've been in many situations where it's instantaneously after the calamity, explosion, right after the explosion, attack right after. I've seen these kinds of scenes, right? I've been there. The issue here is not about how are you going to ask them a question to get information from them. The question is why are you there, right? What story are you really there to tell, okay? Am I just there to say, oh wow, something blew up, look at how cool? Or am I there to understand why this thing blew up, how it's affecting people, what it's going to do to people, to this community, whether immediately or in the medium to long-term future? Who reported about similar issues or similar situations in that same spot? Is it the first time? Is it the last time? Has this happened every day for the last 10 years? So it's more about why are you there? That image that you're going to share with the world, whether it's the kid who's sitting underneath a tree licking the dirt off his foot because he's hungry and cold and doesn't know what else to do, or if it's the mother who lost his child, you need to understand you as a human being, whether you're a war journalist or not, as a human being, why are you there? If you're there to just show off, it's going to reflect in your work, in my opinion. And my colleagues here are all professionals, so they know exactly what I'm talking about. If you're there to be the story, it's going to show. But if you're there to really tell the story of the people who are affected by these conflicts that we're reporting about, then those stories are going to make an impact on a global level. And I think that's why I enjoy personally, and I'm passionate about being here at TRT World. Okay. And it is a privilege to be here because we're giving a voice to the voiceless. And that's been kind of my motivation, as a reporter in the field, and what keeps me motivated, and what I keep telling my wife that I'm doing, and that's why I keep doing what I'm doing. So she's over there, hopefully she believes me.
Obeida, thank you very much. Now you mentioned cameraman Faruk. I just want to acknowledge this one fact here. Of course, what you see sitting here among journalists are the ones who appear on a screen. But a correspondent especially is nothing without his or her cameraman. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank all cameramen working here at TRT World. And I also see some very seasoned journalists sitting right in front of us, starting with the director of TRT World, Mr. Bora Bayraktar, who has himself covered many wars, especially the one between Israel and Palestine. So thank you very much once again for your presence here. Now, before I end this, we're not done yet. We'll keep moving on. Ubaidah mentioned one thing, and what I gathered from what he said is you're a human being first and a journalist after that. And that's how you report on a story.
Yes, I think it's a responsibility to tell this, to know the story you're telling. Otherwise, you're not telling it the way you should tell. I think it's important to really understand the story. I mean, there are interesting examples that if you're there to report an incident or a bomb, and then you see a wounded child lying on the street, what are you going to do? Are you going to report about it, or are you going to help him or her? I mean, these examples are being taught at journalism schools, around the world. But I think what I wanted to mention is what is fundamental now, the current situation, is that we have to keep journalism above politics. That is probably a service that we can do to the industry, to the people who put their lives at risk, and that is and to make sure that journalism as a profession remains pure and clean, and not as a subject of politics, and not being used. I think that's what the world needs. This race for first news, first footage, I think has been challenged by social media everywhere in the world. I think we need to certainly have a different look at how we cover conflicts. And most importantly, again, we appreciated, of course, people who visit front lines and cover stories, but also local journalists, fixers, right, drivers. I'm sure you get all of those helps when you travel to conflict zones. I think they are essential parts of news gathering.
So it's teamwork,
right? And it's important to. I mean, they're also your eyes and ears. When you visit a place and then you leave, but they don't leave, right? They're there. And they live the story. I think it's very important to also recognize them. And sometimes it gets tough. I must, coming back to the question of mental health, I think, sometimes I question myself that the journalist who died and I hired 5 years ago, did I make the right choice? Did I make a mistake by hiring him in the first place? And he died 5 years later. And some other decisions that you make that are really a matter of life and death for journalists, I think stays with you. When an attack happened on our colleagues in 2016, 7 of my colleagues lost their lives. We started reporting about the attacks before knowing that the bus was was carrying our colleagues. And then some of us were collecting dead bodies while other colleagues were reporting about the incident. And then we were balancing the same story by talking to the Taliban, making sure that our journalism piece is professional, while it's personal, it's close to you. And then since then, every year at the New Year or at the Eid, we go to their families, meet their mothers, get to know them. I mean, I've gotten to know some of these fallen journalists more after they have lost their lives through their family members and through their loved ones. So it's really, really difficult. And that's why, in order to make it worthwhile for you, in order to make it, to make sure you don't misuse the opportunity of being a journalist, is to make it apolitical, to make the industry, to make the profession as impartial as it can be. I certainly believe that the journalism and democracy as a whole, and journalism in particular, is under attack. And our number one enemy probably today is fake news. And that's being, unfortunately, fueled by politics, by state actors, by formal actors. So it's very, very important for us to appreciate that, understand that, and try to deal with it.
All right. Great points there, Lutfullah. Now, Professor, he mentioned one thing about protecting journalism and ensuring that journalism is ethical and it's fair. How does a news organization ensure that?
I think by cultivating honesty. I think journalists, as has been pointed out, they've often find themselves being deliberately targeted. Many journalists have paid a very high price, the ultimate price with their lives, others imprisoned for having had the audacity to try to seek out the facts of a situation. And I think when it comes to that sense of morality, that's where that starts, I think, because the stakes are so high. But I think when it comes to trying to think about how best to kind of improve the quality of journalism, it's recognizing that impartiality itself is something to strive for, but it's never going to be perfectly achieved. And I think, you know, if you look back at earlier examples of war reporting, right back in the 1950s when it sort of emerged in a televisual sense, you'll see how robotic so many of the middle-class white men reporters, because they were almost exclusively so in Western context, certainly in a British context, were at the time. They had that kind of view, I think, that they had to somehow separate facts from values. They had to be seen to be not personally invested in anything that they were relaying to their public. And now it looks anachronistic. It looks almost so contrived and so fake that you think this is almost inhuman in the same breath. And I think we've come a long way since then now, and I think journalists recognize that they strive to do their best to be as honest as they can, to admit mistakes when they make them, and also to kind of give the audience some credit too. I mean, recognizing that people will fact check what's being said,
right.
They will express views on social media, they will pick up gaps and inconsistencies and lapses of judgment. So it's really important to kind of slow down, to resist that kind of rush to judgment, to try to do the best that one can under the circumstances, but contextualize reporting in that way too, and to kind of say to the audience in a very open and frank way, this is my understanding of what's happening, and I'm trying my best to kind of figure things out on your behalf.
You know, certainly war journalism is a profession that comes with a lot of challenges, and we've spoken about those challenges, but I'm sure my colleagues here are going to agree with me that we do take pride in our work, primarily because we are telling stories of human beings. So I want to end this panel now by asking a yes or no question to my three journalist friends who are sitting here. And I'm sure this is something that people who are present in the audience, especially the youngsters, might be wondering. To be a war journalist or to not be a war journalist? Melinda.
Just with a yes or no?
You can add one or two sentences if you like.
Thanks very much, thanks, because I'm very rarely short of a word. Yes, because I've been a journalist for nearly 20 years now, 19 and a half. I obviously started very young, and I got into this because I love telling people's stories. Yes, it's about politics and the economy, but at the end of the day, all of that affects people, and I love being able to tell people's stories. And if unfortunately that is happening in a very, very stressful conflict situation, so be it. I wouldn't change it for the world.
All right. Obeida.
I would say you don't have to be a journalist, you don't have to be a war journalist, you just have to be human. Okay? Because at the end of the day, somebody might be reporting about your own conflict, and this is something we need to think about, okay? Whether you want to get involved in the sector or not, we all could become victims of a conflict that somebody like one of these people here could come and tell your story. So you want to keep that in mind when you don't have to be a journalist, you don't have to be a war journalist, you don't have to do anything, just be human, be kind, be merciful, be patient, and do your thing and tell people's story. And this is what journalists do, is they tell stories. So you don't necessarily have to do any of those things, just be human and be nice and smile, and things will work out, in my opinion. It's worked so far for me.
All right, and I hope it keeps working for you that way. Lutfullah.
I think be a journalist first, and a good one. with all due respect to all journalists who cover conflict, but every journalist is an important one. Every story is important. And front lines are not necessarily, as I said earlier, where bullets are being fired. Covering migration, covering hunger, and all other sorts of crises, are important. So be a good journalist, and then, of course, you become a good storyteller, so you can cover conflict as well.
All right. And this brings us to the end of this panel. Lutfullah, Professor Alan, Ubaida, Melinda, thank you very much, and thanks to all of you. I think the job of a journalist is to question, and I see a lot of young faces present here. I'm young myself. I'm not saying that I'm too old, right? If you feel that you are someone who likes to question a lot, then follow your passion. You can be a journalist, and that's what we are seeing happen across the world right now with citizen journalism. With that, thank you very much once again, and I believe since this is the last session of TRT World Forum 2022, the forum has also come to an end. So thank you very, very much for taking out the time to come here to Istanbul if you have come from another country and spending 2 days with us. Certainly, we had many different panels discussing issues ranging from climate change, misinformation, disinformation, the political landscape in Asia, Africa, and of course, the Americas as well. I hope you are able to take something out of this forum when you go back to your homes, and perhaps also try to bring some sort of change to the world that we live in today. Thank you very much once again. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.